Public Accounts Committee of the Senate. Public Accounts Committee of the Senate. We started our meeting and all present.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Patrick Murugi. I'm the liaison officer attached to this committee from the Office of the Auditor General. Chair, we have a team from Nyeri County, Nyeri region,
yes,
who are in charge of the audit of Nyeri County, Kirinyaga, Muranga, and Nyandarua. But they're here for Kirinyaga. With the permission, I want to request them to come on record.
Okay.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Moses Murira from the Office of the Auditor General, based at Nyeri region.
Good morning. My name is Sifuna from the Office of the Auditor General, Nyeri Regional Office.
Okay.
When some of us say we have no interest in being governors, it's because of the things that are going on in our counties. The solution for me has always been with the Senate and with the national government. First of all, we need to fully fund devolution. We need to give counties enough money, sufficient resources for all the functions that have been devolved. The problem with our governors is that, as you said, Chair, when we sit together and we say we want to push a certain line, you guys always prefer behind the tent solutions, and they are temporary solutions. So, for instance, we will sit with as a Senate and say, this financial year, like my position is very clear, if we don't get 450 billion, there will be problems. But then you see the chair of COG, they have gone to State House, they have agreed on something else there. We are here fighting for you to get RMLF. You go and sit with the members of the county, the National Assembly. You do another deal at the side there. Then you leave us looking like we are the people who are unreasonable. But if we fully fund counties, there will be timely releases of exchequer. Then there's a law that is actually before the Senate on ward development, so that every ward has their kitty and they can decide for themselves what their priority areas are. You give them, you say, this ward you have 50 million this year. What you do with that money now, your priorities, it's up upon you. Because it is not possible for a governor to say she's going to take 80% of all the budget to finish projects, and maybe those projects are in just 2 or 3 wards, even if they are the priority for the county government. You'll run into problems with the other MCAs. So if we were able to agree that for once, please let us fight these battles on the same side, I think you would have helped us, other than you coming in with stopgap measures and then the problems persist. I think that would be the solution, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members,
Chair,
finally, Senator.
Yes, this will be important because I think actually Sifuna, Senator, has put it so well. Chair, then if then that's a line that we take, then my problem is, and we see it all over, is that you have so many white elephants and squirrels all over the world, funny projects, an ECD classroom that is 2% done for 10 years, some bore somewhere that has been drilled but no casing somewhere for 5 years, a market stall somewhere that has been constructed 5%. At the end of the day, what we have is a situation where, yes, we have actually absorbed our budget. We have spent our development budget even at the required percentage, but there is nothing to show for it. Chair, devolution was never meant to ensure that you and I and the governor and the MCAs are elected to office. Devolution was meant to deliver services to people. This argument that we just have to do it so that we survive politically, Chair, is not a very good argument. In fact, and I'm very happy that the governor has brought it up, because perhaps other governors will not do it. And that is the truth, Chair. What you're having is a situation where in every county, in every ward, you have what I would call really low-value projects from the county governments that are never completed, that never help anyone, but the budgets have been absorbed. Chair, there must be a solution to that issue. I think.
Thank you. I think let's focus on, maybe Governor can give very brief comments on that, because you're going to see the effect of all this on pending bills. Already we have seen your aging analysis. You've got almost 600 million that has been pending for more than 5 years. We are going to see some of the projects that started in 2021 that have not been concluded. So we will deal with the specific cases. And this, I wish that this could have been the conversation that was going on at South Sea, where the members of County Assembly are convening today for the Legislative Summit. I was intending to go there to make an address. Senator Sifuna, I'm told that things have fallen apart. The president has not come, and they have rejected the person the president sent, and they have said no president, no summit. But I was hoping to go there and have a conversation around these things, because where the assembly accuses us of overreach, they forget that they're the ones with the power on budgets. So if budgets are done wrongly at the beginning, then it falls on us to correct. You know, we just come in as morticians. But I think a lot of things have been raised of policy, of legislative amendments, and of procedure. I know if you go accrual, we will cure this. What's your final thoughts on this? Then we get the recommendation from the Auditor General, then we go to the specific instances.
Thank you, Chair. I should report here that we have agreed with the County Assembly that even if the law hasn't passed Kirinyaga this time round, we will not have rollovers. And we hope that we will manage by April 30th to hold on to that. But my proposal is threefold. One is the movement of the budget process from cash to accrual. This has been a conversation since the time I was in Treasury. The second is to have the word-based defined in law so that we are not having that push and pull, and then being very clear with regard to both the ward-based and the flagship projects that are done by the county, that you don't start any new projects until you have finished the ones that are ongoing, because that is really the challenge. Even if you allocate, we can end up starting new projects every year without finishing the ones that are there. And the third one is the separation of the financial system between the county executive and the county assembly. I think that will really reduce also the pressure, where their money is allocated from here, so that we are not negotiating that money at the county level, so that the money that goes to the executive is money for development only, and that which is for running for the county assembly is already predefined. And then that would solve a lot of this problem and also reduce the friction between the county assembly and the executive. Thank you, Chair. Submit.
I guess the last limb we have already dealt with. The Senate has already passed the necessary amendments to the PFM Act to provide for that autonomy for county assemblies. And those are the things that we would have reported had we found a conducive environment to say those things today.
Actually, Chair, you know I was the chief guest at the AGM for the CAF, and I did report all the legislative interventions that we as a Senate are taking in order to, solve some of those problems for you, like that financial autonomy. Even in reporting, you don't have to come here to explain how the Assembly spent its money, and they don't have to chase after your CEC finance. I hear they play games with a form called Form C. You disappear in the county and the MCS cannot find you. So those things, we will resolve them here. And this is why these conversations are important, Honorable Governor, so that we solve these problems together.
Yep.
But from the mood during that meeting of the AGM, I was also very certain that today's meeting will not be very pleasant, because the President has made specific promises on the welfare of members of the County Assembly, and if he is not going to fulfill those promises, he will have problems. And I suspect he knew that he would be asked about those statements, like we will be asking about our chapati machine in a few months. We'll give him a few months to get us that machine for chapatis, but we will ask questions. Yeah.
I think let's leave chapatis out of this and go back to the accounting. OAG, so what is your recommendation here? What did you recommend?
Chairman, very briefly, if you look at the financial statements on page 2 of that account, return to CRF issues, the county had budgeted 657 million, but when you look at the end, it's a column D, they only received 122 million. So you could see that budget was not realistic. And it's good, the High Excellency, the Governor, has made comments to the effect that how they've been budgeting has not been that realistic. So, Chairman, we do recommend that in future and going forward, let them prepare a very realistic budget, taking into account that once the year closes, you don't expect to receive this money from government, because budget is prepared on a cash basis.
Patrick, the cash basis, I agree, will solve some of these problems. Yes. But you also have to address if the county government or the entity has sufficient reason to expect certain money. Like now, if there was supposed to be money that was to be received from Floka, for instance, or Nari GP, what is that? Yeah, how do we treat that? Because I'm asking this from a selfish perspective also, Chair. Because I told you I'm also an accounting officer, I have a legal expectation to receive money from the political parties fund. How can you tell me not to budget for that money when it is the law? Why can't you, instead of pushing us so much not to budget for money that we legally expect, you would rather do away with the law so that I have no expectation of that money? But for as long as the law says that you will give me 0.3% of your revenues, I will put it in the budget. And then Chair, I'm getting a bit involved because for the first time, my accounts were flagged with similar issues because I'm not having a realistic budget. Yet it is the law. I'm basing my budget on the law. And I'm not happy with the OAG.
I mean, you have offered more explanation than the governor for Kirinyaga. Because if there were perhaps grants that were not disbursed, then that should have formed part of a response. That could be part of the reasons for unrealistic budgets. There's also the issue of timing of certain processes. When they start doing but sometimes they do it before we have even concluded conversations on DORA and CARA. So and then sometimes they do it based on a political promise. Last week, it was said that counties are going to get 460 or 450 billion at KICC. So some counties might budget with that in mind. But the reality is that in BPS, it is 405. So a lot of these processes need to be aligned so that by the time counties are doing their budgets, they are sure of what they're getting. Sometimes, as I've said, budgeting has become an art rather than a science. The numbers should add up. So,
Chair, I'll see on that. I think even if that were to be true, the variance in the budget should be almost commensurate with the amounts not received. You cannot say that you have a variance of 1 billion, but when you sum up the amounts that were legally expected to be received are just a fraction of the variance that we have. There's still need for an explanation as to where that variance comes from.
Can I help by sharing experiences? Because, Senator, you will be encountering these things. If you look at the variance of the amount of money that is disbursed to parties vis-a-vis what is actually due to us, because everybody knows the audited revenues upon which budgets are based. So if the political parties act says 0.3% of that figure, ODM is expecting 2 billion in a financial year, but they send you 300 million Kenya shillings. So it depends on compliance with the law. And it cannot be the fault of the people who expect compliance with the law, because it is the law. It cannot be the fault of an entity that is expecting 3 billion under the law, and they only receive 10% of that. And then you say the variance is too wide. The circumstances also have to be looked into.
No, I don't think Senator Sifuna understood what I said. Maybe I should speak in Kikamba, doesn't understand Kikamba. So I'm saying there's a variance of 1 billion. That's a shortfall, you know? But then when you sum up the amounts that were expected from government agencies, the total is almost what? It's 400 million plus 48 million plus 140 million plus 117 million. It doesn't add up to 1 billion. I'm saying there should be some semblance of harmony between the deficit that you are reporting and the amounts that you are expecting but did not receive.
Correct. If that were the case, then the governor would have broken it down. Governor?
If you allow me, Chair, to read the response.
Yes.
And then I'll paraphrase. The budget shortfall of 1 billion is due to lack of disbursements of funds from the National Treasury, as we did not receive the full exchequer amount of 433,617,400 as per the budget. That was one, so the delayed exchequer. Two, there was also an amount budgeted but not received from other government agencies, 48 million from FLOCA, 140,108,573 from NARIC, and 117,522,673 from NAV-CDP, and then now you would add what they rolled over, which was not funded. So this comes to about 908, I believe, and then if you add now the rollover fund, you get now the difference of the 1.056. I was going to call you Your Honor, your Chair, if you'll allow me just to mention this, and it's not in this audit, even right now as we speak, the standoff that we have on the RMLF, the National Assembly has withheld conditional grants to counties. For Kirinyaga, which is amongst the smallest county, there are conditional grants that have been held that haven't been disbursed is 1.2 billion. So you expect this same question again next year if that money is not funded.
Governor, how many members of National Assembly do you have in Kirinyaga County?
4.
4.
Yes.
Have you had a conversation with them regarding the importance of this money? Because the Senate has tried. I was a member of the mediation committee. Senator Wambua was a member of the mediation committee. There's a mob justice approach from the National Assembly. And the governors I've spoken with, I've asked them, why don't you talk to your members of National Assembly so that they see the sense that by bickering over RMLF, we are withholding money meant for CHPs, money meant for FLOCA, money meant for urban improvement and mineral royalties.
Yes, Governor, I hope I'm not taking up too much time. But also from the meeting we had with MCA's chair, one of the things that they encouraged us to do is because we need, like the approach that members of the National Assembly take, if, for instance, you are to stop CDF, they go to the ground and tell people the reason why you don't have bursaries is because so-and-so, Sifuna has refused to pass CDF. We were encouraged by the members of the county assemblies to take the same approach. You, as the governor of Kirinyaga, explain to the people of Kirinyaga why the RMLF is stuck. Name those members by name. And when you go to those public forums with them, give them the mic. Explain to them why they have refused to release RMLF. And then, Chair, there is a bill that is before us. There's a bill that is before the Senate to now put these funds or to entrench these funds in the Constitution, including that NGCDF. This is the time that the Senate must strike a blow, decisive blow for devolution, so that we have something that is very dear to them, but we also want certain things to be done. And let them not scare us with this thing called OCG Senate Oversight Fund. You cannot compare those two things because even if you look at the figures that are involved, it is not commensurate. So I am hoping that as a Senate, this is going to be the opportunity for us to ensure that we resolve all those problems. If they want CDF, let them release RMLF. Because there's no reason why you have members of the National Assembly running on the ground there, saying they are building roads and so on and so forth, when the Constitution is clear on these roles. So that will be our opportunity. It is a very unpopular position, but really, at least for us, at least for us from my political party, the position has already been taken that we must implement the constitution in its full, allow governors to undertake functions that are given to them, and allow the members of the National Assembly and the Senate to do that which is specifically provided for us as our mandate in the constitution.
Yeah. So, Governor, your final thoughts on that, because we need to make progress. It's 42 billion that is being held hostage. I think it's 42 billion, and RMLF is just 10 billion. And National Assembly are saying that even if you are to amend the schedule to exclude RMLF, they still will not approve it. They want the Council of Governors to go to court and withdraw the case that is in court. I don't know whether it's a COG that filed the matter, because it happened when you are the chair of the COG. For them, that is the condition precedent to any conversation.
I think, Chair, my sentiments are very similar to those of Senator Sifuna. We have to agree in this country whether we are governed by the rule of law or not. That is a decision we have to agree. We can decide we throw away the constitution and then we run the country the way we want. If we are going to do what the constitution says, which is the executive functions are vested in the national government and the county governments, then let's stick to the law. But we cannot have preferences. You know, everybody has preferences, but our preferences are not the ones that run the country. And I think it's that, based on that we have said, we are not going to withdraw the case of RMLF because it is an issue that is legal and in the constitution. In the event that somebody thinks that maybe a certain governor is not doing roads with that money, there is a process of audit. That's why you're here as a PAC committee. There is the KRB, they come and audit those roads that have been done by governors. But that cannot be the excuse to throw away the law and implement what your preference is. And the issue is not just about the 40 billion, because the 40 billion is the entire kitty on roads. There is now conditional grants for NAV, CDP, there is NARIC, there is health money, and that's what I'm saying for Kirinyaga only is about 1.2, and we're the smaller county, so that amount is close to maybe 70 billion shillings. That should be going to provide services to people on the ground, and we just have to get serious as a people and as leaders in this country. And I think many times when we not as vocal, as you say, maybe because you don't want to start looking overly confrontational, we are putting this country in a very precarious situation where today it's clawing back on devolution on the issues of roads. Tomorrow will be something else because somebody has gotten away with clawing back on the issue of RMLF. What will they not do next? And then the spirit by which I would say is the basic foundation of our Constitution 2010, which is devolution, will be finished. So I think as leaders, and those leaders who are of the same mind and believe in it, we just need to put our foot down. And if we need to pay the price for it, so be it.
I know we have taken a lot of time on these preliminary matters, but they've got serious policy implications. For avoidance of doubt, the Senate and those of us who are in the mediation committee, we still hold the position that that share of RMLF should go to county governments because it's only classes A, B, and C that should be run by the national government. Classes D downwards should be county government responsibility. We also believe that this matter should be prosecuted in the courts so that we set the law, we set the basis. Otherwise, if you're going to withdraw, it will be another behind-the-tent arrangement that is not going to help us solve the problem. But it's going to cause considerable suffering. The Devolution Donor Working Group, with whom we interact, are very frustrated because they have provided resources. Some are grants, some are loans, but we have failed to put in the necessary instrument for absorption. And we are getting into the last quarter of the financial year. The National Assembly is on recess, the Senate is going on recess, and it looks like even this money, even if it was to be released, you're going to have absorption challenges. It's a very serious matter that I think the COG, Senate, National Assembly must find a way of resolving it. We have a lot of fights on things that don't matter. But on this particular one, we need to have some common approach to it because it is not Waiguru's money. It is money for community health promoters. In Kwale was to get 1 billion shillings on mineral royalties. Now, if they don't get that 1 billion, where is that money going to go to? There was a county that was to get 1 billion on water. I think must have been Garissa. My county, Homa Bay, Kisip, was getting almost 1 billion. Contracts have been signed. Projects have stalled because there's no financing. And those things will come before us here. Stalled projects, the Auditor General will talk of lack of value for money. So this is a huge crisis that you guys must go back and find a way for us to address it. It's bigger than the amounts of money that we are looking at here. So we will go with the recommendation of the Auditor General that pursuant to the PFM regulations, the accounting officers should ensure that budgeted receipts are realistic, but also will take the approach given by Senator Sifuna that all other entities must also play their constitutional duty. If it's Treasury to disburse, if it's Parliament to appropriate, they should do so to avoid these funding shortfalls. We will quickly go to the Receiver of Revenue report. And in the Receiver of Revenue report, there was an issue of arrears of revenue. I think that is the one we'll focus on, and then we go to the report on the executive. And arrears of revenue, there's a figure of 600 million, quite close to the other 600 million that you are dealing with in the budget. So, Auditor General, we have already said that in your Receiver of Revenue report, we must also get your findings or your report on the suitability of systems, suitability of controls. Because I think, Kirinyaga, are all your revenue streams automated currently? Governor?
Yes, Chair.
You have had a change of systems not too long ago. When was your system implemented?
Last financial year to make this financial year to be fully automated.
So you had a new system in that financial year?
Yes.
Yeah, so you see, Auditor General, if the county had a new revenue collection system, really you should have given us a report on the transition, on the data migration, on the rollover, and given us the assurance that that decision was lawful and it was a decision that was aimed at efficiency. So I think there was a gap there that we don't have visibility on the systems environment. So we had already discussed that. Please take that into consideration. So let's come to the specific query on statement of arrears of revenue. Auditor General, I think this one, just read your finding quickly and then we'll get the Governor's response. We'll now move a bit faster.
Yeah, the first one on the statement of arrears, the finding was that documentary evidence supporting correction of Kenya shillings 2.5 was not provided for audit verification. And then on the same, we had additions for the year of Kenya shillings 15 million, which there were no supporting evidence on the arrears of revenue in the current year of 15.2 million. Then the third issue was the aging analysis of revenue and not been provided in the revenue statements. And then the fourth issue was the correction measures employed by the county and yield insignificant revenue correction of approximately of 1% of the opening balance of revenue.
So, Auditor General, on support of the 2.5 million, has that been provided or it's still outstanding?
That one has been provided and has been confirmed.
So, Annex 2 will provide that breakdown?
Yes.
You are satisfied with that?
Yes, satisfied with that.
Governor, why was that not provided during audit? And I'm sure it was captured in the management letter.
Just to clarify, Chair, it's 2.5, not 25.
2.509 million. Yeah, so why, I mean, if this was available at the time of audit? Why was it not provided? Because then it would sound like it was manufactured after the fact. Governor?
Chair, if I could just ask the CEO Revenue to respond to that question.
Thank you, Chair. It's correct that by the close of the audit, we did not complete and compiling of the list, but we were able to do that and submitted data to the auditor. I submit.
So that is Annex 2. What was that relating to? Because I'm seeing a very long list here. All land rates, property. Is this what explains the 2.5?
It's Annex 2, Chair.
Annex 2 sums up to 1.7 million.
Where are we?
1.795. Is this the explanation? Because we are looking at 2.509.
No, Chair, even the CEO, when you ask the question why that had not been done during audit, he did not respond to your question. He just stated.
Yeah. So this
State.
2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, could we, what do we make of this? Because you don't bring these things in vain. Ideally, this thing, we had agreed with the Auditor General that we will not be taking new evidence. If something was not provided during audit, when it could be a forgery. So, what do we make of this Annex 2 for us to say that the 2.5 is accounted for?
Where is it?
Chair, with your permission, the annex, as you have observed, gives a total amount of 1.7, which is part now of the arrears, which forms the basis of the 2.5 total.
I have a total of 1.795 at the bottom.
Where is it?
And I'm querying 2.509. So this is simple mathematics.
Sure.
So how relevant is your Annex 2?
There is another attachment with 713, 600, which shows the list of the rents and the tenants.
Yeah, Governor, just 2 minutes ago you said all your revenue streams are automated. I would expect that land rates, property rates, etc. are all automated. So why is your officer saying they are still compiling? Because ideally this should just be pulled from the system.
These are arrears. The 700 are arrears. They are not the current.
I'm talking about the 1.795 because the listing, the description there is land rates, property rates. Is it still your position that you have automated all your streams, including land rates and property rates?
This is from this. What did you want to respond? This is from the system, Chair. Even if you look at the document, it's.
Yes, if it is from the system, why was the Auditor General not given at that time? Your officer says they were still compiling. Why do you need to compile when you are automated?
Thank you, Chair. In the course of compiling, we are reconciling so that we can give a verified figure to the auditor.
But, you know, this thing is as easy as election results.
Right.
Now you are behaving like Chebukati, saying that the returns came and you are still reconciling. If these things are in the system, if property rates are paid in the system, when the Auditor General comes, you just click and you get an XLS to support 2.5. And the auditor was there for a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks, and this was not provided. You bring it to the Senate. How sure are we that this piece of paper was not just made somewhere on Kirinyaga Road?
Chair, if I may respond. on to that question as to why the documents were not submitted on time, what happens with the receiver of revenue at the close of every month? The money collected in various bank accounts is swiped directly to the CRF. At the close of financial year, there are still some accounts which are collecting, yet that money, because of the deadline of 31st, the money has not been swiped. So when the auditor comes, he only gets the receipt as of that deadline. So, and that is what contributed to the deficit of 15. However, when we got the management letter, by that time the system was fully audited and we were able to provide the additional supporting documents that auditor requested.
Auditor General, are you satisfied with, first of all, when you look at that schedule, are you able to vouch for its authenticity and its source? Because for me, it is not headed, there's no description. It might just be any other piece of paper.
For us, we may not be able to authenticate the documents. But the first one looks like it's generated from the system, which is Kiripe. But the second one is like a manual receipt, the one for 700,000.
Okay, now, even if you are to put that in abeyance for a moment, the second limb, documentary evidence supporting additions in arrears of 15 million. Has that been provided to you?
That one has not yet provided.
This has not been provided. Governor, 15 million? And you know, this should be a fairly easy exercise because I would be extremely worried if it was expenditure. But this is revenue. And revenue should be very traceable. Because you can't say that you have 15 million as arrears and you don't know what the source is. If it was expenditure, I would be extremely worried. But I'm getting more worried that you cannot trace your revenue. Where is the documentary evidence for the 15.2? Governor, you have referred to Annex 3.
Yes, Chair.
You could tell us, again, it's not headed, it could be just any other thing. You could let us know what Annex 3 is all about.
Land rates and property. So this is from the system, this one is not. So the explanation is the PBL. Yes. See the new response. It's because this is from the system. This is
Governor, you are just explain to us the Annex 2. There are 3, sorry. Because additional arrears, that means those are people who owe you money, isn't it? So if you say Teresia Wamboi owes 166,000, it needs to be based on something.
Chair, I will request the CC Finance to respond on the issue of the extra revenue, the 15 million, where it came from. I think on the issue of the pay bill.
Yeah, please.
Yes, Chair. When we were collecting the land rates and when we were collecting the rentals from the various people who owes the county government, there was an additional, they were given a choice to pay either through the bank directly, not through the system because the arrears are calculated, and also the choice to pay through the pay bill. So that is why this list is not generated from the Kiripe system, but it's generated from the supporting receipts which were received as at that time. So these additional arrears came from the land rates after we had advertised for the people to clear the land rates and also from the arrears from the housing, the people who occupy county government housing.
So, Auditor, this 15 million ought to be part of what? Accounts receivable? Has it been accounted for as such?
Yes, it has already been disclosed as in the statement of arrears.
The statement of arrears?
Yeah, one related to land rates of 13.7 million and property lent of 1.4 million.
So in your Annex 4, if you add up those totals, they come to 15 million?
Yes.
So the question is, the way that it is presented, you are not very sure of the source of the data, the way it is presented to us. It is not headed, it is not described, we just have a schedule there. But as I'd said, if it was money spent, we would be very harsh. Vice Chair.
I think, Chair, what they need
Chair,
to
on
do.
what you're saying,
Just a minute, Senator Maruma. Please
because
proceed.
I'm looking at that schedule, Annex 2, on the last page. I'm looking at 2, the land rates and property payments. Because if you are to look at the rest of these documents, which are not even stamped and so on, when the cash deposit is, when you pay through cash deposit, say on the page that reads 713 million, the total.
Yes.
There is 17 million paid by Mary Dhuku Diguku Miano.
On?
How would you authenticate this 17,500 was paid if you don't have a bank statement, for example? I'm saying, when these payments are done, not through the system, and a cash deposit is made, how would the auditors know that this schedule is authentic when you don't have a bank statement to confirm that these payments are made? I'm saying that because these documents were given later on, after the auditing was complete. How will you know that these documents are authentic if we don't have a corresponding bank statement to the auditors? Or auditors, how do you authenticate these values, these figures, which are typed here, without a corresponding bank statement to show that cash deposits were made? That's my question.
I think, Chair,
Governor?
maybe, Chair, maybe just to clarify to the Vice, that the issue here is that there's money in the bank which we can't say where it came from. It's not that we are saying we have paid and they can't trace the money. So the explanation is, this extra money in the bank, where is it from? That is the question, and that's why the Chair was saying if it was an expenditure issue, you would raise the concern. So just to clarify that to the Vice Chair, but to ask the CEC Finance to explain on the issue of the payment, again, of the arrears, when people are paying arrears, I think it's the English, it's not to say that it's extra arrears, but when people are paying arrears, why this money was not captured at this exact time when it should have been captured in the books, and it shows as an excess without traceability.
Yeah, because as your officers submits, we've got a account receive of revenue, whose job every day should be to account for all receipts and to follow up all arrears. That's their primary job description. And so if you tell me the auditor came and some reports were not ready, then it tells me that you are a receiver of revenue. Perhaps we need to, is your receiver of revenue here?
Yes.
Where is the receiver of revenue? Because you are the one who prepares this financial statement.
Yes, it's a...
Chair, she is with us. She's even to find some space here, but she is here outside.
But I'm seeing here the receiver of revenue is Edward Nyaga Njagi.
I was talking of the accountant who prepares the statement.
Who is the receiver of revenue?
In that case, I'm the one, Chair.
Yeah, you are the
Yes.
one who should be telling us.
You don't even know that you are the one. You are okay.
Chair, it's like I overhand the whoever prepares the statement or
You are the one who prepared it. I can see your signature here. So, ideally, you are the one who's supposed to be offering the explanation.
Yes.
If it's your daily job
Yes.
to account for all the receipts,
Yes.
and if you already have an automated system, why should the Auditor General come, spend 3 months, and find it's not even 3 months, 6 months to the closure of the financial year? You are still adding things up. Are you cooking?
No.
Chair, if you allow me to respond, in our revenue collection system, the property rates and the land rates module was the last one to be upgraded. So by the time to be added to the system, uploaded. So by the time we were collecting this revenue, the land rates and the property rates module was not active. That is why we resorted to collecting manually through the banks. You are either given the pay bill, you pay to the bank, or you take your payment directly to
So
the bank.
when was that module turned on? Was it during the financial year or after closure of the financial year?
The module is active now in this financial year.
During the year under review?
And during the year under review, it was not active.
This is why Auditor General had said you must give us an account of the state of automation, because I'm not going to take the word of the governor.
Yes.
The governor says all streams are automated. The officer is now saying that property rates had not been automated in the year under review. The Senate wants an objective report from the OAG on the systems environment.
Chairman, I want to agree with you. We are carrying out audit of systems in several counties, but maybe I can confirm whether Kirinyaga is one of them. Maybe it has not been done, then it's in the pipeline. But I know it's being done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So is that going to be your main position, that there was delay in automation of that module? That's why you are preparing these schedules later.
Yes, Chair.
But that should come from the receiver of revenue, unless he's been given a title, but not the power.
Chair, I usually prepare regular reports and brief Wasiri, and that way she could be in a position to understand the situation.
CPA Njagi,
Yes.
when you append your signature onto a financial statement,
Yeah.
you take professional responsibility.
Correct, Chair.
I'm not sure whether, is the CC a member of ISPAC?
No.
No, Chair, I'm not.
Yeah, you are the professional who
Agreed.
takes professional responsibility, such that if you are to tell ISPAC to discipline their members,
Yes.
it will be you. It will not be the CEC.
Agreed.
So I think we need to make it clear that those who prepare financial statements must be here, and they must be able to take responsibility. A lot of times we are putting the blame on governors, and then the officers get away, especially the ones with professional responsibility. Senator
Chair,
Ombua.
Chair, when that happens, then it pricks my conscience, because I've dealt with that problem many times in my county, where officers sign financial documents and they pass it back to other people. No, it's not me, it's somebody else. You cannot tell us that you have prepared documents on revenue and handed over the documents to your minister, and it is hard to tell us the details about those accounts, because really that's not being fair. It's either being unfair or being unprofessional, or perhaps even just bordering on being incompetent. That's what it is. When we sit here, it's a Monday, my friend. When you look at our schedule, we are supposed to be in the constituencies, in our counties. But we've come here to deal with issues of your county. I think, Chair, it's only fair, so that you don't want to be seen to be playing funny games. It's only fair that people give proper responses to questions that are put to them. And lastly, on the issue of automation, let's just be clear, Madam Governor. Are the systems in Kirinyaga fully automated, or are they not? It cannot be from one side of our mouth, they are automated. On the other side of our mouth, they are not automated. On one side of our mouth, that year under review, the systems were not uploaded or whatever it was that was not done. In the next financial year, now we are okay. Let's get our position, Chair. Otherwise, what we are doing here, it's like we are playing some games.
Yeah, I'm not happy.
Senator Muruma?
On Senator Wambua's issue that on Part C, the gravamen of the audit query is aging analysis schedule was not provided for audit confirmation, that there was lateness in providing documents for audit review, and some action must be taken either on the receiver of revenue being late to give the documents to the CEC, or if they're given good time to the CEC, then why didn't the CEC provide them for audit review during audit? That is what we want really answered. It doesn't matter whether the automation was complete. That module was automated later on for collection of these arrears and the land rates. But why were the documents that were available not given during audit for review?
Yeah, Governor, give us a precise answer, because I'm wondering why we are having this conversation on revenue. Should we be spending more time on expenditure when you have a receiver of revenue established? And when he has signed there, Wananjagi has said he has referred to PFM Act sections 162 and 2A. On revenue, we should not spend this much time. So you've had the concerns that have been raised. Can you give us a way forward in terms of response so that we can make a recommendation?
I'm trying to get clarity on the question, whether the question is why the aging analysis of the arrears of revenue was not provided. Is that the question?
Okay, let me just ask it again.
Yes,
the aging analysis schedule was not provided for audit confirmation. That is the question. During audit, all this information is supposed to be provided. It was not provided. The question is why?
That is a question the Auditor General asked in Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3. All that was not provided for audit verification. Where you have someone whose job description is to ensure that revenue is accounted for, and there is clear visibility, granularity on the sources, and you know who owes you what.
The aging analysis is a report, Chair, that shows monies owed to the county, just to clarify. And the question as to why they were not provided on time by the receiver of revenue. I think the CEC and the receiver of revenue, I will ask them to respond to that. And I think it's the same response they had given, but I'm not sure.
I think, members, unless there's something new that will be coming from the officers, this is a matter that we just need to refer to Section 62 of the Public Audit Act, because we do not seem to find any justifiable reason why these schedules were not provided at the time of audit. And I think we would probably make recommendations along the lines of that section, which talks of a public officer who fails to provide information without justifiable reason at the time of audit. Now, there's a last one on collection measures employed by management to cover arrears that yielded insignificant collection. Now, this is a matter of interest to this committee. We have seen governors put up billboards across towns and cities for waiver of arrears. And we have never done a measure that the cost you have put in publicity, newspaper adverts, you have referred to newspaper adverts here, we cannot see them. You know, the cost you put in to push that agenda and the return out of it, is it proportional? The Auditor General is saying that you are only able to achieve 1%. So how much did you spend in the waiver campaign? And how much can you say was collected as a result of that targeted campaign?
Chair, Kirinyaga, we just put an advert in the newspaper, and then we publicized with our vehicle going round. That is how we did it. We did not put billboards and all. However, we did not yield much in terms of the arrears. And we are now considering, as a response is put there, on having a mapping exercise and then maybe consulting internally and with the assembly how to deal with the people who haven't paid, because it's a very sensitive issue in the rural areas.
How much were you able to collect as a result of that campaign?
How much did we collect?
If your arrears was 600 million, 1% is 6 million. We've seen these billboards. Nairobi City, you find a smiling governor overshadowing everything on the roadside. Kiambu, when you're driving along the highways, huge billboards that cost a lot of money. But no one ever questions whether the governors are promoting themselves or they're pushing for increased revenue collection, because no study has been conducted. And I think, Auditor General, when you make this kind of query, you should also be able to tell us how much they spent. If it was a full-page newspaper advert, that's typically how much? 500,000, probably. And if it rained for a couple of weeks, compared to what you've collected, I think we need a better quantification of cost and benefit. Governor, do you have it?
I don't have a cost and benefit, but what I can say is that we are owed about 1.2 B of in arrears over the years from what we have in our documents. We only managed to collect about 5 million, 5 point something million, and we spent 3 million? Yes. 3 million. So that's why we're thinking that there is we need to change the strategy on how to collect these arrears from these people.
And the 3 million is direct expenditure, isn't it? You have not quantified the time.
Yes.
And the other effort, because there has to be a decision by the county executive committee. Perhaps there are actions taken by officers that are not quantifiable. So if you are to put all this together, you find a negative return.
Yes. There has to be a strategy of how to go after, especially the money owed for a long time, because it gets a bit complicated.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. You spend 3 million to collect 5 million. We will need to, especially the ones with billboards on our major highways, we will need to find out how much they are putting in.
She puts it well, that there will be need for strategy to deal with that. But then my question would be, where do we place that responsibility? Who should come up with that strategy?
I think we need a law so that you have something to fall back on. Because if it's land rates, for example, it means you possess, you know, and it gets very political. So how many, like 1.2, Kirinyaga is very small, 1.2 would affect quite a number of households. And sometimes you don't know at what point to say you waive or you discount so that they are able
Governor,
to waive.
that decision is entirely yours. Because a decision on waiver is not arbitrary. You must see it as an executive committee, isn't it?
You waive interest, but I cannot waive tax. I cannot say that someone will not pay their tax as a governor. I don't have that power. We can waive an interest, you know, saying because you delayed for 6 years and the interest is maybe, if you owe me 10 million, your interest is 2. We can waive interest. But the actual tax that you owe the government, we don't have the powers to cancel.
You might want to look at the Laikipia situation. Laikipia attempted to write down their arrears, and I think there's a process that they went through. So it is not unprecedented. Senator
No, the reason I asked that question, Governor, is because actually, yes, there is need for that strategy. I'm not very sure whether then that decision will be made at the national levels, talking about the Senate, because then the implication, as you said, different counties deal with different challenges in terms of collecting these arrears. I thought that decision would have to be made at the county level. Whether it is legislation then that has gone to local legislation, that has gone to the county assembly, but then of course originating from the executive. Because at the end of the day, if you ask me, and I could be wrong, but if you ask me at the end of the day, I think governors need to be a little bit more creative in how they deal with some of these issues. And you can be creative within the law. You can initiate local county legislation to deal with your arrears and your rates and all that. I'm saying that here because you go to another county and you realize that if there is no money that is coming from the exchequer, they simply don't pay their staff forever, until that money arrives. And when that money arrives, it arrives through some bank. And the governor does not just want to have an arrangement with the bank and come up with standing orders on how to pay this. So at the end of the day, Governor, I don't think you can escape responsibility on that strategy that you're talking about. It has to be in your office, maybe then the support from the county assembly.
Yeah, I think that's for emphasis. That responsibility still lies with you. And we keep reminding people in counties that you've got a lot of powers. Sometimes you don't utilize them. That's when national institutions come in. For example, when the governor of Nairobi has a tiff with Kenya Power over issues of way leaves and collections in lieu of rates, and then, it's escalated to the dimensions that it went, that was completely unnecessary. Now, we need to bring closure to this conversation on receipt of revenue, but we must note that we expect greater accountability from the receiver of revenue, and we will really have a challenge on admitting some of this evidence. Thankfully, it is revenue. Thankfully, it is revenue and not expenditure. I think as we conclude, our Parliamentary Budget Office tells us that the revenue potential for Kirinyaga is 1.2 billion. You have collected 50 million more, which might look impressive, but you must be judged. You must be judged against your potential. You're only at 50% of your potential. Governor, what are the measures that you're putting in place beyond the issues of arrears? Actual versus potential and the strategies put in place to optimize collections.
Chair, as you have noticed that we have consistently grown our revenue targets. At the moment, we're a bit constrained in terms of the growth projection. We hope to still have a growth projection this year because of efficiencies of the system and broadening the scope to ensure that we're covering every area. But the biggest challenge right now is increasing tax. If you attempt to increase tax at the local level, I'm sure we all know the situation in the country. That would be our greatest challenge, because what we would say, we would want to charge a little bit more for certain services, but we haven't increased the tax in the last 1 year because of the current economic problem in the country. However, we have broadened the coverage and improved efficiency and automated to ensure that we at least first making increasing our revenue output because of the efficiencies and coverage. In terms of the potential to increase revenue to 1 billion, we would have to increase the charges that we have right now. And at this point in time, I cannot say whether we'll succeed, because even the last time when we had proposed some changes in the financial bill at the county level, when it goes to the county assembly, it is reversed downwards because of when they do public participation and the payers of the revenue come and lobby, they adjust them back downwards. So we would have to get to a place where we all agree we are going to increase revenue, despite the political ramifications. But at this point in time, I would actually be a bit hesitant. I would say let's be a bit more efficient, see if we can increase by another 50 million for a year. If the economy improves, then we can increase the taxes as we had proposed earlier. I submit, Chair.
You may notice that in the year under review, you are two lines that are usually easy to collect, especially with the automation, have dropped. Single business permits, I believe that's fully automated. There was a 10 million drop. And you see, business permits, you expect that the business people are renewing, unless it is indicative of the business environment in Kirinyaga. Another line is market fees. Again, market fees, I hope that you are not sending boys with rungus to collect from markets. I believe that it is, I hope it is automated. But there was about 8 million shilling drop. Now, some of these numbers, they might look abstract, but they can tell a story, either about the economic climate, or they can tell a story about leakage of revenue. I would expect that as an economy grows, and even with that 50 million shilling growth in top line, it would also reflect in specific streams, like permits and market fees. Is this proper accounting?
Chair, on the issue of the drop in single business permits is mostly because of the hard economic times. We've had very many small businesses close. Small businesses like salons that were there in the cyber cafes. We have had an impact because of the economy. And that's the same explanation with the market fees, because when people are not buying as much, then the people who sell in the market are not as many because there's no demand. And so it's mostly because a reflection of the hard economic times as opposed to anything else.
Well, that's one hypothesis. Another one could be leakage. Are the two lines automated fully?
Yes, they are.
The market fees and business permits?
Yes, they are.
So, Auditor General, please look at those issues. In fact, one thing I would like the Auditor General to look at, again, a relationship between a gross county product and its own source revenue. We've had KNBS giving us reports on how county GCP has been growing. And there needs to be a relationship between that and OSR, because even if the GDP grows, you expect a nation's revenues to grow. Can we go to the micro level and look up these things for us so that we are better informed? It's easy to say that the business environment or the economic climate is bad, but you might find that your GCP grew. I don't know whether you have those figures, because you're supposed to maintain county statistics. Yeah, so was there GCP growth in that year?
I would need to confirm that, but if there is a growth, it would be minimal. However, the statistics are done by the KNBS and they're given to us.
Ideally, counties are supposed to maintain their own statistics. Actually, it's in the 4th schedule. It's one area that you have failed to do. I know we have failed to pass the county statistics bill, but it is a power that you have. Sometimes we think KNBS cooks the numbers.
We are currently, they're doing a collaboration with several counties. Kirinyaga is one of them, where they are doing for us our statistical abstract, where we provide the technical support to collect the actual data, but the compilation and analysis is done by KNBS. I would have to look at the issue of the growth to see whether it is reflective of the...
Yeah, I think that can come from an independent assessment. either from OAG or from the Treasury. Members, any further contributions
Chair.
on ROR?
Yes, yes. On the on-source revenue, Chair, this is my worry. My worry, Governor, is that, and I know you, at some point you served in the Treasury, and the rollout of devolution. And I think the focus for this country in terms of devolution was that we will get to a point that counties will generate a lot more income to sustain their own operations and rely less on exchequer releases from the national government. That's an ambition. I don't know what, maybe we'll get there somehow. The biggest challenge that I have is that two things. One, almost every county overprojects when it comes to on-source revenue. Almost every county, by almost 50%, they overproject. That, of course, has a contribution to the pending bills conversation. But secondly, I don't know how many counties, whether your county has done this. Madam Governor, I had an opportunity to visit a city in Canada, Quebec. And I found a business lady who really amazed me. She said, you know, we pay this amount of money to government in terms of tax. And personally, I'll be willing to pay even more because I see where my taxes go. Yeah? My children are going to school, I'm not paying nothing, the government is transporting them to school. If I fall sick, the government will definitely fix my bills. So even if they ask me to pay more, I will have no problem with that. Is it the case that governments, both local and national, have failed to demonstrate where the taxes they are collecting from people are going, and that is the reason why people will be unwilling to contribute to their own government? Because I expect that the government of Kirinyaga is for the people of Kirinyaga. So is it the case that people feel that they don't see where these taxes are going? And as you respond, please take note, and maybe I said you worked in the Treasury. I'm personally in the process of trying to bring a bill, and I hope it will find favor with you and other governors, to completely divorce the National Treasury and the Ministry of Finance, so that it is not one child being overfed and another child being starved from the national level. But talk to me about this overprojection of OSR all the time in all the counties, including Kirinyaga.
Governor, brief response.
Chair, on the issue of the overprojection, I think I explained earlier, sometimes it's pressure on what you need to fund. Sometimes it's being overly optimistic that the situation would improve, and therefore people project a lot more. The third issue sometimes is just an overestimation of your capability. Like in my view, I would want to see what it is I would be taxing to get to 1 billion shillings collection in Kirinyaga. Now, on the second question of shouldn't the counties be able to generate adequate OSR to be able to become less reliant on the national government, I think the model of our constitution never envisaged that the counties would be completely independent, because we are not autonomous, fully federal. If we were, we would be collecting all taxes at the county level. Then we would be responsible for providing all services at the county level. Pay as you earn, for example, is collected at the county level and by the national government. Hotels, taxes are collected by the national government. AFA taxes are collected by the national government. So the national government collects the bulk of the taxes. So what the counties are left to collect are the small fees in the market and those kind of taxes. And those taxes can never be sufficient to run a county completely independent of the national government. And that's why I said the framers of our constitution never envisioned that we would be completely federal. We are a quasi system, which is half, where certain functions are still carried by the national government and certain functions are carried by the county, and the issue of revenue collection is shared, with the bulk of the revenue collection being by the national government and very minimal by the county government. And that's why they provided for the National Treasury to have a formula with the National Assembly and Senate of providing resources to the counties. Now, of course, if then therefore that answers the question, is that why people are not willing to pay tax at the county level? I think I've responded to that, saying that people pay as much tax as the law provides, but the counties were never meant to be fully independent. On the issue of the National Treasury, I support that decision as former technocrat of the National Treasury. I think that it should be an independent institution which then is not biased or under direction of the national executive with regard to how much resources should be allocated, or even the provision of the supervision or even oversight rules that the Treasury provides. They should be completely independent of both the national executive and the county executive. And I believe it would be a good move. Whether you'll be able to convince your colleagues at the national level to pass it is another story.
No, I think that can be done through an executive order. It's a president who allocates responsibilities to various ministries, and that's an executive decision that can be made. It does not require a lot. I don't think the PFM, because I've seen you are flanked by, that gentleman introduced himself as chief officer in charge of?
Economic planning, budget and procurement.
And there was another chief officer in charge of treasury or revenue, finance. And you know, for you to designate them, you didn't need any legal or statutory amendments. It's your executive order in the manner in which you want to organize your team. But let's not.
The issue is not so much. Sorry, Chair. I think the issue is not so much the roles they carry, but for them to have the independence to make certain decisions that are usually prescribed by the executive.
Okay, Senator Maruma.
Yeah, maybe, Chair, mine would just be a question to the auditor and how they audit this on-source revenue, because we've observed, Chair, that single business permits, we had a dip of, in terms of collection, of about 10 million. Property rent, we had a dip in collection from 52 million to 42 million, also 10 million. Auditor, how do you then ascertain that what the explanation by the governor gives in terms of the anecdote that they collected less because of hard economic times, and so most of the businesses were closed, so then expectedly would have lower collection in terms of single business permits. What type of information do you need to get so that you can verify that? Because then, if you captured this dip in collection of revenue as an audit query, then the management would come with a response that these number of businesses were closed, and so the revenue expected is this list, so that then you can have a confirmation in terms of data, not just maybe the anecdotal evidence that is being given or the conjectures that we're getting from the management. How do you audit this? Because now we want to assist the executive to collect more money. And we need real-time data to show that the dipping in terms of collection was as a result of, yes, number one, hard economic times, and we had this number of
businesses that are closed, and it accounted for this amount of money that is not collected.
Auditor General, from your responsibility under 2296, how do you help Parliament on that?
Thank you, Chair. To respond to the Honourable Member, I say that if you look at the revenue projections for the county for the year under review, they're under an estimate of 550 million, and they collected 650 million. So in totality, there was an increase in terms of revenue collections. But now on our query, we were querying the issue of arrears, which has never been collected. And this one has arisen because of the two revenue streams, which is the RAD rates, which has the major components of the revenue in arrears. And then the other one is property rent.
Chair, I'm not talking about the arrears. I'm just talking about comparison of 2022-23 and 2023-2024. That there was less revenue collected in business permits from 109 to 97, and a decrease of 10 million. And so if you had queried it here, why the collection in business permits went down, then the management would have responded and shown why there is that dip, and given even data to cater for or to account for that decrease.
Actually, what Senator Maruma is saying, you need to be more analytical on this. We have already stated the other areas that one touch, the systems environment, the controls. You also need to be more analytical, comparing current and prior year. Because if the economy is growing, then certain lines are dropping, then it's indicative of a leakage. That, in my view, would be the cause. It's not just about economic downturn that is affecting one line and not affecting the others, because it then all needs to be proportional, including parking fees. You know, you need to see a related drop or a related gain. So the challenge we are putting to you is be more analytical. We have not paid a lot of attention to the receipt of revenue reports in the past, and the requirement to report separately has been with us. I think now this is the third financial year. Previously, it was part of the executive report. So now that it's a separate report, we need more depth in understanding the on-source revenue performance and practices in the county government. I think this is something that even when we are doing our implementation follow-up, we will also be asking you questions around the controls, the security that the system has. And we need to have the assurance that even things like downtime do not affect it, and that there are no manual overrides that allow people to continue picking cash rather than doing it in an automated way. So I think the last thing here, which is a direct question to the governor, is the Kamweti ATC facility. The Auditor General says it is providing services, but it is not reporting the revenue. Who is eating the money from Kamweti ATC? That is the last question on the receipt of revenue. This should be a straight one. I've read your response, but it has not addressed the issue of the money coming from catering, accommodation, and conference facilities at Kamweti has not been accounted for. Where is the money collected at Kamweti going?
Is that the, I think the question. Sorry.
The thrust of the question is Kamweti ATC had not reported any revenue from catering, accommodation, and conference facilities in the previous and current year of audit. That is the issue. Where is the money collected at Kamweti going?
The response is the facility has been accredited as a TVET training institute, whereby the institution is now offering training in the facility. Further, the conference facility is now functional and therefore favorable for hosting meetings and workshops. The institution having been fully established as a fund, now has a board of directors in place who are mandated to effectively oversee the management of the institution.
Now, the English there has been and is now and is now and is now. What about the period when all these had not happened? Where was the money going? Because what you have given us is the corrective measures. What about the money that was collected and not reported?
You have money that you collected. What do you want to answer? Let me request the CC to respond to that question because they're more familiar with it.
Yeah, please quickly, we have bigger issues to deal with.
Thank you, Chair. The question here is underutilization because the facility, the Kamweti institution had those facilities, yet they are not operationalizing them or they are not using them to one's meaningful gain of revenue. And the explanation is during this year of audit, that facility was dormant because it didn't have a board in place, which now we have fully...
The auditor has told us that it was operational. That is the auditor who came to the ground. So don't confuse us. We have not come to the ground. The auditor, was Kamweti ATC operational at the time of your audit? Auditor?
Operational?
Yes.
It was?
It was operational.
Were catering services being offered?
No, no, Chair.
Was accommodation being offered? Were conference facilities being offered?
The operationalizing of Kamweti, what I mean is it was operational for agricultural extension, like giving the trainings and the extension services.
Does Kamweti have catering facilities?
It does.
Does it have accommodation services for 25 people?
Yes, it does.
Does it have a conference facility of 50?
Yes.
Were these services being offered during the period under review?
They didn't offer any services. They didn't attract any business to use those facilities as at that time.
Auditor General?
That is the explanation we got because at the time of audit in October 2024, the facility was inoperational. But during the year under review, there were no evidence of any corrections emanating from these two revenue streams, that is catering and conference facilities. So we were not sure whether during that year they were operational.
So
that
what is this 6.6 million that was disclosed?
This is from agricultural products and dairy products.
Yes.
From agricultural and
dairy products.
Now, Governor, despite all these answers that are sounding clever, are you concerned about the management of this facility? Because if it has all this potential, you can imagine having a hotel with 25 bed capacity, with 50 conference facility, and you would expect to make money, even if this was a small private business. What is, from what I'm hearing from the Auditor General, is that these services were offered, money was collected, it was never reported. No. And it looks like small money. Wizi wa pesa kidogo kidogo.
I think
even before the governor goes, these agricultural training centers are all over in Kenya. If you go to Lamu, they do training, but also there are hospitality facilities. If you go to Kitui, they do training, but there are these facilities. So when was it started, Kamweti Animal Training Center? Is it in 2023? Is it in 2010? Because I cannot think of a facility that was opened in 2010. They are doing training without giving catering. How would the training happen, really?
Let me explain, attempt to explain. It's not the training that you're thinking, like the training of this level. It is training when farmers come to be taught, for example, how to graft, how to milk. So it is not a high-end institute. And it's an old facility. It's not a new facility that was built recently. So we just put a board to help in the management, but that is where we teach farmers how to do fish farming. We have fish ponds. Then we teach them how to graft. If you're teaching them how to put fertilizer, we have a demo farm, how to take care of coffee. So that is, it's not for external people to come and sleep. It's mostly for farmers to come and see demonstrations.
Let me ask Governor. I think in your last statement, last paragraph, you are saying it is established as a fund.
It was established this year.
What does it mean?
It was established last year.
Because when you talk of fund, you must have a legislation, and there must be some regulations. And again, there should be some money revolving there. I don't know whether it's from the county or from the income that you are getting from the facility. Maybe you need to give us proper explanation of that.
So we did that last year and set up the board so that we can try and commercialize those services that we've been providing, the extension, agriculture-related extension services or training services. But prior to last year, there was no board and there was no fund. It was just a training.
What is the current
place.
status?
Do you respond?
The institute has now been, through the various regulations by the county Department of Agriculture, which was adopted by the executive and passed on to the county assembly. It is now fully established as a Kamweti Agricultural Institute with a fund that is to ensure that the monies which are collected within that institution are safeguarded to improve the services within that institution.
But there's fund coming in now.
Yes, there's a fund coming in now, starting in this financial year, so that they can make more money and also they can be able to use the same money within the same institution.
As I said, all those are corrective measures.
Yes.
Auditor General, was money collected and not reported? That's what I'm interested in. That is what you are telling me here. They had not reported any revenue from various services. Is that a fact? Or that was speculation?
During the 2 years of audit, there were no revenue reported coming from the conference facilities. And
were the services utilized during that period? Can you confirm?
Normally we are not there throughout the year.
But by the time you're telling me no revenue was reported, then you should also be saying the services were offered but no revenue was reported.
Yes, during the month of October when we visited the facility, we found these services are being offered.
These services are being offered?
Yes.
Yeah, so then that means, Governor, because you have not addressed yourself to the actual issue raised by the auditor, you are telling us the things you are doing in future, setting up a fund, setting up a board, building efficiencies. But you see, these are the things that make people have a bad view of devolution, because you find someone running this ATC and everyone knows that he's collecting the money and pocketing. And then EACC in their matrix will say that 6 million is too little in the matrix. EACC will never go after them because there are people stealing 200, 300 million. But we have to restore hope to the people that if you're running a public facility, it is not private property for you to charge and then pocket. Now, this is what I want the Auditor General to come out very clearly, that services were offered, the revenue was not recognized, and therefore we declare those who are managing that facility thieves who should be investigated and prosecuted. I think that's the only conclusion.
And you see, Chair, when we look at the management response, the Governor should hear this. Madam Governor, you need to hear this.
Governor, there's a comment that requires your attention.
I see the CECM is doing here what she is supposed to have done in Kirinyaga. That's fine. So I'm saying, Chair, when you look at the management response, and let's be honest, Governor, that you have actually decided, or the person that responded, that is your CCM, decided to answer their own question. The issue that was raised by the auditor is not addressed in that response. In your response, you are telling us what now you have started doing and what you'll be doing going into the future. The issue raised by the auditor is what you did not do. Governor, would it be fair to just say that there is an admission on the part of the county government of Kirinyaga
Underutilization, not collecting and not limiting.
You know, one of the reasons why people get to answer questions wrongly is because they don't get the question. People are busy conversing and we are asking questions. So you're wondering whether we should first give you time to converse, then we ask questions, or we'll ask questions and then you can.
Okay, Senator, proceed through the chair. And Governor, we need your attention.
Through the chair. Is this responding an admission on the part of the county government of Kirinyaga that actually money was collected from this training center, which money was not disclosed at the time of the audit? Beyond the money that you're saying, the 6 million which you're saying it was from, lower level training. Is it the position of the county government of Kirinyaga that, as the Auditor General says, when they went there, the catering services, accommodation services were being offered, and that's what he said. It's just your word against his word. Yeah, he said they were being offered. Yeah, there is no evidence that they were not being offered through the chair. So is it true that money was collected and put or not disclosed? Because that's a question. You have not responded to that question.
Chair, I think allow me to clarify what the question is. The question is on underutilization of the facility. They have not said that money was collected. They said there's a kitchen, there is beds, but it didn't say that the services were being offered. We've just said that we've just established a board to start running the facility.
Order. If you had listened to what the Auditor General said in additional information, is that when they came there in October, those facilities were being used. That's what he said.
Can the auditor confirm that they found people in a conference and people sleeping in that?
You see, Governor, in your response, you have talked of measures to correct. You have not provided that description that you are giving us now. If there is nowhere in your response you have said during the period under review, those services were not offered. You have just said the facility has been accredited, the facility is now functional, the facility is now a fund, the facility now has a board of directors. And is also hosting workshops and meetings. Honorable members, let's not belabor the point. Our recommendation would be for investigation and prosecution of the small thieves. The Bible talks of the small foxes that can destroy an entire vineyard. And it is the thieves of the 6 millions and the Kamwetis that can bring down an entire county. So we shall take the word of the Auditor General that these services were offered but not reported. We now go to the executive report. There are more weightier issues there, bigger than the 6 million of Kamweti. The report of the Auditor General on the County Executive of Kirinyaga. Auditor General, this was a qualified opinion. We have already looked at the key highlights and we shall deal with the things that, in your view, are still unaddressed. Let's go to the basis of your opinion. Auditor, please, you need to move with speed. Our intention was to be out of here by 2:30, but we need to move faster.
The first issue on the basis of opinion.
Just read it. Read your first issue there.
Variance between financial statement balances and integrated financial management information system, IFMIS report. Comparison of the financial statements and IFMIS report. The financial statement for the year ended 30 June 2024 reflect account balances that are at variance with the corresponding account balances generated from IFMIS, as summarized below. We have compensation of employees, which has a variance of 6.5 million. Use of goods and services, a variance of 65.5 million. Acquisition of assets, negative 19.2 million. Other payments, negative 64.5 million. In the circumstances, the accuracy and the completeness of the respective payment amounts reflected in the statement of receipt and payment could not be confirmed.
And having considered Annex 1 and Annex 1B presented by the county, you are still, are you satisfied that those variances have been addressed, or what is your current position?
We have the adjusted trial balance, which has reconciled the variances. However, the supporting evidence in terms of journal vouchers explaining the variances, and also the authorization documents supporting the journal vouchers, which has not been annexed.
Because I don't want to spend the whole day here, and perhaps even live on TV, talking about IFMIS and trial balances. And yet we have projects that are gobbling up public resources. So, Governor, why can't your officers provide the JVs supporting the adjustments so that this matter can be resolved? You have done the adjustments, but the journal vouchers need to be presented, and the authorization. It's a very, very simple thing. Are they available?
They're available.
Governor, if the auditor didn't see them, then they're not available. What is the CEC looking for?
They're checking whether they have them here.
They are available, but they're not here.
This is that they're available, but they're not here.
And these be provided to the Auditor General for verification? Because fine, you can do the adjustments, you can do the reconciliation, but it's a JV that has the details on what to debit and credit.
They will provide them to the Auditor General.
Unfortunately, we don't have too much time, so I hope, and this is not one of those things where we say in 7 days. I think by tomorrow, your team and the Auditor General should look at those JVs, because we must report to the House by next week.
Noted, Chair.
Yeah, because if they are available, then my next question will be moot. Because I was going to ask why then don't we have full harmony between IFMIS and financial statements? I was going to ask the question that I've asked you every time you've appeared before us. Why is IFMIS not working in county governments? But in this case, the auditor is saying that a reconciliation has been done and it's possible for IFMIS to tie with financial statements. Are there any other challenges that might be there?
Chair, the issue of the occurring issue of IFMIS and the financial statements is the issue of the closure of the financial year, where the financial statements are done as of 30th of June, whereas the system opening can be extended to July because of exchequer delays. Other than that, ideally it should be okay.
Okay, so we'll be keen to see that your update, Auditor General, so that we can be able to cite that there's one county where the financial statements and IFMIS balances tie. If a governor comes here and starts telling us stories, the way IFMIS doesn't work, we'll tell them to come to Kirinyaga and benchmark with Kirinyaga. Unless there's a further query on this, honorable members.
I just thought, Chair, that the Treasury could have commented on this. That which is the Treasury that had not loaded all the CBK statements in the IFMIS as at 30th June. So what would be the remedy for this? Maybe National Treasury.
National Treasury, you have seen that part of the governor's response, where the National Treasury had not loaded all the CBK statements as at 30th June. And this contributed to the variances.
Chair, and despite the fact that there was not loaded by 30th June, there is a grace period that is given to the counties. That is up to 15th July. So this should be part of that year's revenue, or the rounding must be combined with the other year's amount. But there is a grace period. It may not be possible for us to do it by 30th June or of it, but still Treasury gives a grace period.
Yeah, Treasury does a circular that sometimes gives counties about 15 days, even though sometimes it overflows because of lateness in disbursements of exchequer. Sometimes it comes in July, mid of July. So I think for those of us in this space, we need to review those processes and those procedures. But at the end of the day, even if the county is talking of 30th of June, they have up to 30th of September to complete their reporting. So I think this one, the right response really ought to have been that the reconciliations have been done, the journals supporting the reconciliations are available, and the approvals are available. And that would close the story. If you foray into what the National Treasury has done or has not, it might open a can of worms. But we would be happy to say that there's this county where IFMIS and financial statements tie. I think, Auditor General, this has been a finding in almost every county. And we waste a lot of time here discussing IFMIS, system and hypothetical issues, and then we don't go to the projects that benefit the people. So this one, you'll give us your advice tomorrow. If you see the JVs and authorizations, we can say that action has been taken. If you don't see the JVs and authorizations, we'll also make an adverse recommendation. Now, members, that can allow us to go to the issue of revenue collectors' allowances. I think this was quite interesting. Auditor General, read your finding. Just read it verbatim.
Irregular payment of revenue collectors' allowances. The financial statements reflect Kenya shillings 61.1 million, 61,192,117 in respect of domestic, travel, and subsistence allowance amounting to, as disclosed in Note 4. The balance includes payments amounting to Kenya shillings 4,301,100 shillings paid to revenue officer at various rates through various payment platform for breakfast allowances, allowances for officers working during weekends period, allowances for working and official working hours, and taxi services payments. However, there is no approved policy to guide on the basis of the rate of payments. In the circumstances, the validity and accuracy of the payments of allowances amounting to amount of Kenya shillings 4,301,100 shillings could not be confirmed.
Governor, what's your response?
Chair, allowances for revenue officers was based on the rates provided by SRC for lunches to officers working within the county and undertaking extra work beyond the stipulated office workers. The county has also written to SRC seeking the latest guidelines on the payment of allowances to revenue officers working beyond the official working hours as per the attached letter to SRC, see Annex 2, SRC circular and letter. I submit, Chair.
Now, Governor, of the 4 million spent on breakfast, you have not told us who ate what, who ate a million, who ate 2 million, who ate 3 million. Where is that breakdown? We are talking of 4 million casually spent on breakfast and taxis for revenue collectors. The minimum you should have told us is Mr. X ate breakfast worth 10,000, Mr. Y ate breakfast worth 20,000. And then if we are pronouncing ourselves, we say, surcharge Mr. X, surcharge Mr. Y. Where is that breakdown? It's not, this is a sick joke. Spending 4 million on breakfast for revenue officers, your systems are already automated. You'd expect that you do not need a lot of manual labor. You don't need ugali for them to go and collect, because that only happens in counties where they're still collecting using rungus and a basket. So can you tell us how this 4 million was spent on breakfast and lunches for revenue collectors? Unless, members, you have seen it, because for me, Annex 2 is just a letter that has been photocopied from SRC. Has anyone seen the breakdown to see who ate lunch worth 4 million? No. Governor?
Chair, the information was provided to the auditors, to the best of my knowledge, according to the CEC. The question was on the justification of the payment, not for the provision of the list.
But it starts from there, Governor. You have been in the cabinet, and you know that when you go to Parliament, there are supplementary questions. We are not robots. We are going to ask further details, and that ought to be provided to Parliament. It is unconscionable for us just to say that we spent 4 million on breakfast, and because there was policy, Was it spent by one person, 2 people, 100 people, 200 people? That is very basic information that we need to know.
And actually, Chair, when you talk
Senator
about
Maruma.
when we talk about regularity,
Order, Governor.
can be answered by that later, but on the accuracy, we need maybe more information, like the list of the beneficiaries.
Yes,
So
Governor.
regularity and accuracy.
Proceed, Governor.
The auditors had the list, that's why they made reference to it.
We are asking as Parliament, Article 2293 requires us to consider, debate, and take appropriate action. That is our duty. The auditors already discharged their mandate. We are now in a constitutional phase. So you cannot tell us the auditor saw it, then why are we here? Unless we are here to waste each other's time.
And especially, Chair, we also needed to know even the schedule of the workers who are working beyond the stipulated time to warrant these allowances.
The list will be provided, Chair.
We do not have the luxury of time, again, because we must conclude this process by 31st of March. If by tomorrow, when we are adopting these minutes or adopting this report, that list has not been provided, this will be a surcharge. It will be considered as theft of public resources. Honorable members, we proceed to training expenses. Again, expenditure not supported. We have said in the past that where expenditure has not been supported at the time of audit, this committee is not going to be taking evidence. Because if evidence was not provided to the Auditor General and it's being brought to the Senate, it might as well have been forged or cooked. Now, Auditor General, under training expenses, you had cited about 7 vouchers. And you have told us that voucher number 2 and voucher number, is it 5 and 7 or 2 and 7? That have not been addressed.
2 and 5.
2 and 5. 2 and 5. That is list of participants to justify 600,000 and evidence of participants to justify 750,000. Governor, we are dealing with 1.3 million, so I hope we can do that in 1 minute. Could you tell us why voucher number 1111 and voucher number 3089, the required accountability has not been provided? Is it a statement of fact that those 2 vouchers, the supporting documentation has not been provided, Governor? There were 7. The auditor said they are happy with 5. Let's just drill down to the 2. And because it's, as I said, it's 1.3 million, let's not spend too much time on it.
It's provided in the Annex 3.
Annex 3 has the PVs for all the...
3B.
Auditor General, are you able to see that?
I don't have it.
Governor, you may tell us what 3B is all about.
3B
Is it B for boy or D for Dodoma?
B for boy.
3B.
It's a payment voucher for Beckham Hotel for 600,000. And 3E is also a payment voucher, the same hotel for 750,000.
Auditor General, starting with 3B, had you seen this before?
Yes, we have seen the one for 661,000.
Is this 660?
Let's start with 3B. 3B of 600,000. Because you had said you had not seen the justification.
It's the one for 661. 661, not the one for 600.
So it's not 2 and 5, it is 1 and 5.
Yes.
Okay, so Governor, with the same efficiency, where's the PV for the 661?
It's in my file. It's in
As well as for the 750. Please, let's move fast. We have a hospital project worth 137 million to deal with. So 1.3 million should not take us too long.
Sorry.
Yes, auditor.
The payment voucher is there, but now the number of participants were different from what was invoiced. Like in that case, the number of participants were 162 in the invoice, but the number of participants in the attendance sheet was 136. So there was they were not fully supported.
You know, Governor, these are the things we dislike dealing with. You know, PVs of 600, PVs of 750, it even belittles the role of the Senate, because these are things of documentation. These guys flagged this matter in the management letter. This matter was in the draft audit report. And so if up to now the schedule of participants is not available, then it is what it is. It is an irregular charge on public funds. There's nothing we can cure here. And we don't find it very elegant, out of a total budget of 5 billion, spending 10 minutes on 1.3 million. Governor?
From my understanding from the auditor is that the list is available. Only on the list, you have less people than you expected. So you have 139 instead of 160.
136 instead of 162.
Instead of 162. So the list was not
Where
so
did
I
you get,
needed to clarify
under
that.
Governor, Auditor, where did you get 162 from?
We added up the list which is provided here in the various sheets for the various dates.
So according to your evidence, the evidence that you have seen, 162 people benefited from the training.
That's correct.
And the county has provided a schedule of 136.
136.
But the amount remains the same.
Yes.
Why do you have different evidence?
The 162 is in the invoice, which was paid, and then the supporting attendance sheet.
What's the average per capita cost?
2,500.
2,500. What was this? What activity was this, Governor?
This was 3,000.
Was it public participation? Was it reimbursements for training?
Training on the system, on the revenue management system for 5 days.
So maybe the question, Chair, is where did the other money go to? Because the invoice is for more people than the actual list of the people participated.
You know, these kind of queries, Governor, they do not, just a minute, Governor, they do not utilize our mental capacity properly. You know, you come all the way to Nairobi for us to count how many people are paid 2,500. It's a misuse of the Senate and the resources and the time of the Senate. These things should be dealt with at audit, at management letter level. By the time they come to Nairobi and they are unresolved, there should be no discussion. We should just be saying you paid money without accountability, you should be investigated and prosecuted. Surely, we really want, and you have seen our interaction has improved over the years. We want to talk about bigger policy issues, not counting how many people came into a meeting. And you know, it is very frustrating. So we either take the word of the Auditor General that this is an improper charge, or you tell us that you've got the proper list somewhere, present it to the Auditor General for them to advise us on the way forward. Because I don't think I went to school to come and deal with such issues. Between 162 and 136 being paid 2,500. Governor.
Okay. I will say the explanation that's given by the officer. He says when you book a venue, you say we are booking the venue for 160 people. If you come with 140, they still charge you for 160 because that is what they, is that what you say?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so the people who attended the actual conference, the people who were trained, were
Governor, was that explanation given to the auditor at the time
Let me finish,
of
Chair,
audit?
please. Yeah.
Because
so that is what they should have explained to the auditor. The explanation to the auditor, they just gave the list of the people who attended, who are the 136, you know? And then the auditor said, but you're paying the hotel for 160, isn't it? Isn't it? So then he said you should have paid for 136. So the explanation of why you still pay for 160 is based on how you booked the venue. Because whether you utilize it or not, if you're booked and they had...
Auditor, was that explanation offered at the management letter level? Because I hear what you're saying. If it was explained, I believe the auditor is reasonable. This thing would not have come to Nairobi. So is it the first time you are hearing that explanation?
When I look at the response for management letter, it was not stated that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are generally not happy this afternoon.
I think, Chair, you put it very well when you started this conversation. I think there are really weighty issues that are awaiting our discussion on this county government. Why don't you just give a ruling on this matter, Chair, and we move on? Because clearly this is not the place where the management will explain the variances. There was opportunity to do that. It was not done.
Yeah, because the management response is the management hereby resubmits the list of participants, training, correspondence, and relevant supporting documents for review.
Chair, the governor is trying to introduce new evidence. I think in your response to the matter before us, which is not the right thing to do.
I think when you look at even the amounts involved, we will make a recommendation that administrative action needs to be taken internally. Because even if we talk of investigations, for 1.3 million, the cost of investigation would be even higher. So we'll be making recommendations on administrative action so that the Senate remains the Senate. The Senate cannot be the place where we are counting payment vouchers. This is a place where you talk about policy and big issues. So this one, we agree with the Auditor General as it is, but we'll be making proposals for administrative action and probably invocation of Section 62 of the Public Audit Act. Honourable members, can we proceed to aging analysis for payables? Now, lack of aging analysis for payables, we shall look at it alongside the other issue raised by the Auditor General, long outstanding pending bills, because it relates to the same thing. Auditor, what is your finding?
For lack of aging analysis, the financial statements reflect Kenya shillings 1,229,536,760 in respect of pending account payable balance as disclosed in Note 20 and Annex 2 on other important disclosures. Included in this amount is additions for the year amounting to Kenya shillings 587,410,045 due to suppliers of goods, works and services, translating to an increase of 48% for the year. In addition, the pending account payable was not supported by aging analysis. Further, Annex 3 of the financial statement reflect other pending payables, staff payables for Midro management amounting to Kenya shillings 22,824,601 as staff payables. However, The pending staff payables were not supported with aging analysis in the notes to the financial statement. In the circumstances, the accuracy and the completeness of the pending bills amount of Kenya shillings 1,229,536,760 could not be confirmed.
I want us to take that query alongside the one on long outstanding pending bills, because the amounts are the same, 1.229 billion, and it's the same accounting issue. So can you read that, and then so that if you're fielding questions on pending bills, we are able to take into consideration both.
Long outstanding pending bills. The list of pending bills reflect an amount of Kenya shillings 1,229,536,760, with some long outstanding debts amounting to Kenya shillings 827,767,929, which have remained unpaid as a first charge, contrary to Regulation 41(2) of the Public Finance Management Regulation for the County Government of 2015. In addition, the debt increased by Kenya shillings 587,410,045 in the current year compared with the previous financial year. The pending bill status report at the time of audit was not provided. Delay in payments of bills may lead to extra charges of interest and penalties levied by suppliers. In the circumstances, management was in breach of the law.
So these two issues are related. The amounts are similar, 1.2 billion as pending bills, and an increase of 587 million in the financial year. But there are two things that the auditor has cited: lack of an aging analysis and a pending bill status report. But there's also the issue of the first charge, pending bills being a first charge. So can we start with the aging analysis? Governor, what was your response when it came to the aging analysis?
The aging analysis, Chair, the aging analysis for pending accounts payable has been provided, which is inclusive of pending staff payables as per the reporting format provided by the Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. See Annex 4, aging analysis of accounts payable.
Now, was this provided during audit or it was provided subsequently?
I don't know what they...
The auditor didn't see it at audit, that's why he flagged it. So unless you prepared this, it was prepared after the conclusion of the audit. But that notwithstanding, let's go to Annex 4, Governor. Let's go to Annex 4. On average, how old is your debt? Because that's what an aging analysis does. I think you need to refer to Annex 4, Governor, because I'm looking at your Annex 4 there. What is the average age of your debt?
Average, I would say...
Okay, just describe Annex 4. Maybe average might lead to assumptions, but...
Those over 5 years are a total of 601 million.
That is debt greater than 5 years. Yes. Yeah? Next.
Over 2 years, 40. Less, 40.552. Less than 1 year, 587.
And those are the additions for the year.
Yeah.
So, so over 2 years, you're assuming is between 2 and 4.
No, it's less than.
You're assuming that's between 2 and 4 years. The 40 million. Yes, Governor?
Sorry, I want to explain the 1 year. Out of that is the pending exchequer that came late. The 400 and... 33, they captured it as a pending bill.
Fine. The auditors called it additions for the year, 587. It ties with what he has here. But our concern is on this debt over 5 years. You are keeping debt in your books for 5 years, 600 million. And these are supply of goods, 141 million. Supply of services, 98 million. Construction of civil works, 187 million. Construction of buildings, 174 million. Why are you keeping money that should be paid to suppliers of goods and services, 600 million of it for 5 years? And every year you're receiving exchequer, every year you are collecting 500 million. The law requires pending bills to be a fast charge. Why has Kirinyaga decided to kill business people, to kill enterprise, by keeping 600 million for 5 years?
Chair, do you want me to read the response or should I respond why
Well,
I'm not paying?
well, I am referring to Annex 4, which it had not given to the Auditor General. Now it is before us, and now it lays bare the situation. 600 million owed to sub-service providers for 5 years.
Chair,
And you see, over 2 years, that is between 2 and 4, between 2 and 4 is only 40 million. So is it that you made a decision that as at a certain date, you are not paying pending bills? Because you seem to be up to date on the current ones. But these ones that are over 5 years is so huge and seems not to be moving. So maybe just to help us understand the thought process.
Maybe, Governor, before you go, were services delivered on the pending bills? Like, for example, the construction of the building, have they been utilized, or are they complete, or they are still stalled projects?
Yes, Governor?
Chair, this is a matter that I have spoken to before on every audit. We have a dispute with the Auditor General on the issue of pending bills, and there are bills that we don't consider payable. And if we pay, there will be risk when it comes to the other government oversight institutions. And that has been a long-standing issue. I have raised it in IBEC, I have raised it here. Even in the question that we've been asked by the Senate to clarify on pending bills, I am very clear that there are some bills that cannot be paid during my tenure. They can wait for another time because we cannot verify them. So yes, they're in the books, but there's no evidence that that work was done. And we have raised this matter severally because the first time when we came in 2018, we were told they're pending bills. We did an internal check. The pending bills were. We asked for help from the Auditor General. The Auditor General hired an external firm. They came, assessed our bills, and they gave me a bigger bill than the one I was even disputing. So I thought I had a bill. I was told by my staff I have a bill of 200 and something million, 297 million. I disputed it and I said, I don't trust what you have done. Let me ask the Auditor General to verify for me. The Auditor General brought me a bill of 400 and something. I disputed. I said, now, I was asking you to assist me, re-verify. I expected the bills to go lower, not to come higher. Then they did, in 2018, an audit, which then said, I owe $1 billion. Kirinyaga County owe $1 billion. I disputed it. I said, it's not possible. Because they put an advert in the paper. They told whoever has a claim to Kirinyaga to come. People came with all manner of documents, photocopied documents, and said they have provided services. It was $1 billion. I disputed it. It came down to 700, right? Out of which they said we have already paid 220, and we agreed then what I owed at that time was 513. And we came up with a plan that we should pay the 513 over time, and I was supposed to be providing 100 million every year, which I did, and I've been paying. Then in 2021, they did another advertisement, the Auditor General's report, and asked people again if you have pending bills. And they brought pending bills of 965 from before I was even in office. I said, I'm not going to pay. It's just that simple. So those will keep showing up in my books because I cannot verify them. I cannot say whether they're authentic. Why hadn't they showed up in the first place when they did the first advert in 2018? Why didn't they show up when we came in? Why is it that they're showing up now, 4 years later, when I've been in office? And why are there no pending bills for the time when I've been in office? So the ones that we can't stand and verify that the work was done, and the office can confirm, those we have been paying, the 513, and we are in the last leg of finalizing. I think we should pay one last 120 or 130 and we should finish. The ones that we cannot verify, I am uncomfortable paying, and I will. I have told them the same, because you pay, you find yourself in hot soup with EACC.
Governor,
because it
in your
cannot be
books,
verified.
you have disclosed that you've got account payables worth 601 million over 5 years. You are the one who reports. You are the one who makes the disclosure. It is not the Auditor General. They can only provide assurance on the numbers. But you are the one who reports. It is your report. And that is what I'm looking at here as Annex 4. By disclosing that you owe service providers 601 over a period of 5 years, aren't you admitting liability? Over 5 years, aren't you admitting liability by including those payments in your financial statements?
Those reports come from the Auditor General.
The Auditor General does not do your financial statements, Governor. It is you to do your financial statements. I believe this 601 is your number. Auditor General, is this your number?
It's the
or
Auditor
this is the
General's
county's
number.
number? Who owns this number? 601.
Chairman, the 601 million is from the county government. It's contained in the financial statement.
Because I cannot imagine a situation where the auditor imposes a number on you.
No, the reports of the Auditor General on pending bills, that is what they have pulled this figure and just put it in our statement. Because the Auditor General is the one who does the report on pending bills. You're the one who provides us with a report telling us these are our pending bills. So this 600, and I stand
for you
corrected.
to analyze and bring this, really, you cannot analyze someone else's report. You can only analyze your report.
Chair, Governor, it's okay. Let's just get it right, because we want to get this right. So whose statement is this? The 601. Is it in your statement, or is it something you have lifted from the Auditor General? Whose statement is it?
It is in our statement.
Okay.
And the reason why it is in our statement, because we cannot remove that fix. Any attempt of us not including what the Auditor General has given us as our pending bills, they say we are undisclosing the amounts that.
That's okay, Waziri. Waziri, that's okay.
Which of the Auditor General's numbers are you going to give? Because, Governor, you have given different accounts. And I've been around when Eddie Ouko did the first audit, and subsequent audits, and subsequent audits, and subsequent audits. You cannot take the OAG's number. It has to be your number.
Chair, allow me to finish this. Chair, allow me. Governor, so those are figures in your statement, but you're saying they came from the Auditor General.
Let me clarify. Not this Auditor General as they are auditing. The reports I have made reference to, the official pending bills reports by the Auditor General.
Okay, sir, it's okay, it's okay.
The ones
Governor.
that we are disputing.
That's okay.
So those are the ones.
That's okay, Governor.
You cannot remove the figures because the Auditor General has signed and said these are your pending bills. So I can dispute and refuse to pay, but I cannot erase it.
You know, Governor, the way we have in this conversation is like it's a decision that people just make. You know, you decide to pay or not to pay. It's okay you will not pay if that's a decision that you take, that's fine. But the question that we are asking is, Madam Governor, you came into office in 2018, your office gave you a figure, which in your own admission you said, this is too much, I cannot pay. Let's verify you, and you know the courts have pronounced themselves on that verification process. You may have to say something about that. So, you think that the best advice must come from the office of the Auditor General. So you call in the Auditor General, and the Auditor General tells you, actually, Madam Governor, what your officers gave you was very small. You need to pay a lot more. You know, it is you who went to them. They did not come to you. You went to them. It's like there is a High Court ruling. You decide to appeal the decision of the lower court to the Court of Appeal, and you're telling the High Court, no. I would rather we go back to the decision of the High Court. I mean, it doesn't work like that, Governor, and you know it. It doesn't work like that. You have approached the right institution to give you advice on what you need to pay. They have given you the advice. What are you doing with that advice? It's what you sought.
Before you respond, Senator Dulo, then Senator Morin.
Chair, I remember very well when the Auditor General's report, the first time on pending bills came out. The governors were written to by this committee, I don't know where George is, to come out and verify whether the pending bills prepared by Auditor General are acceptable to you or not. I don't know whether Kirinyaga did that, but that was actually advised, yeah? So I think based on that, if you didn't actually approve the pending bills prepared by the Auditor General, then even in your statement, you should have indicated the one for Auditor General and you should have indicated yours. Because now you are accepting what is not right. You have already accepted liability, which is going to be a burden on you. So I think it's something that you need to follow up and see what you can do.
Senator Maruma, then Senator Gatai.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think for Governor, this aging analysis that you've given us, that has 3 columns. The first one talks about over 5 years, then over 2 years, then less than 1 year. Of course, there will be a gap between less than 1 year and over 2 years. There is a gap, of course. But that notwithstanding, Governor, you're telling us that there's a figure that you're comfortable with, which you have been paying, and for now you want to do like maybe one payment of about 100 million, and you are through. Where are you getting that figure from? Where are you getting that figure from? Is it from the Auditor General or from your own officers? And I would be happy, just following from what Senator Wambua said, if you had disaggregated these values so that the ones that you found, that is 2018 and below, as you became governor, we have that value. And then for every year, you tell us how they build. 2018 and below, this was the amount. 2018, this is the amount. 2019, this is the amount. 2020 is what you have a good aging analysis. Because now this block 601 million, if you're disputing it, then you need to get to know how much has not been paid while you are governor and why it has not been paid. And that would be fair.
Thank you.
Chair, there is one thing that we are not even supposed to be wasting a lot of time with, because from my own observation, it's as if the governor has just seen this report today. I'm very sure there must have been a meeting between the governor and the auditors before they came before this committee. We shouldn't be too much into processing an information that should have been resolved, maybe at county level, because we have 2 different approaches to this level. We know the governor has our own report, the auditors have their own report. I think this matter should have been resolved even at the auditor's report level to the governor. So why is it being disputed now before the committee?
Yeah. Governor, I think you understand where we are coming from. We have talked about this matter for far too long. You must provide a solution. I don't think it is for us to give you the solution. And this blame game, auditor, county, the owner of data, the primary source of data must be the county government. The Auditor General is just an assurance. You are the primary data source. So you'll need to tell us, if you don't agree with the 601, then what number do you have? If you don't agree with the 1.2 billion, then what is the number that should go on record?
What is the source?
Yeah.
We have agreed, we have communicated what we have no dispute about, because our issue is very simple. When they told us that we owe this much, they don't give us supporting documents. They just give us a list of people to pay. When you ask for the supporting documents, we don't have them in the county, and neither do those wherever it is it came from, they don't have them either. So they can't be verified. But on the ones that can be verified, those are the ones we've told you we are paying. Because even if the Auditor General gives you a list and you pay, and it is found to be fraudulent, you will be held responsible for it. Because it is up to the county to verify and to use their internal mechanisms to have the original documents submitted according to law. So if documents are not submitted for that work and you cannot verify that the work has been done, you cannot pay. And that is the principle when I say we can't pay. However, the ones that are verifiable, those we have been paying. Now, one of the examples I raised even last year, and I think I mentioned this last year, a bulk of about 200 of those invoices were raised in 2017 between, I think, April and August, before the election, the last 5 months, 2017. Those bills were brought to our office in a carton. We couldn't verify any service that had been done between those 3 months. And then later, when in the process of that investigation happening, the gentleman who was claiming, we discovered that all of them, there were very many different companies, but they all belonged to one person. How would we pay? If we paid, we are the ones who would be in problems. Later, that person, when the investigation started, he was murdered. He was just called from his house. So that is what we're saying. When you hear saying there are some that will not be paid, those bills cannot be paid, at least not under my watch. Because there was definitely something going on.
Governor, where murder is involved now, it becomes criminal, and we need to be careful about that. But I'm looking at your financial statement. There is a schedule here listing details totaling to 1.2 billion. Are you saying that you have made that disclosure knowing full well that you don't agree with the figures, you don't agree with the details, and you're not going to pay? It is in your financial statement that you make declarations on matters that are binding. If I am one of those people claiming from the county government, and I've seen my invoice has been listed here, that gives me even additional impetus to go to court, saying that the county has already recognized my invoice as a valid payable. So I have a schedule here adding to 1.2 billion. How can you disclose it and then disown it? We must find a solution to this circus called verification. Every new governor verifies, and even existing governors are now verifying pending bills during their time. You know, that's why it's becoming ridiculous. It's not like you are elected at the last election. You've been there for 5 years. So these 5-year bills that are being disputed, some of them could have been incurred during your tenure.
Nope.
So how do we stop this circus where you have disclosed 1.2 billion in your financial statements, but in your oral submission you are disowning it?
Chair, I actually don't have. I don't have.
Just a minute.
Just a clarification. You said there were some bills that were incurred months to the election. I didn't get which election that was. 2017. That was your first term when you were coming in, or during your re-election. Okay.
And for the record, the governor has made this explanation before. Even that issue of the murder, I think we took judicial notice of it. But my problem is that we are not, we don't seem to have a solution. We don't seem to have a way of closing it.
Yeah, Chair, that was what I was coming to, because we are now in 2025, Governor. That's 8 years ago. For the people of Kirinyaga, what solution are you proffering? How many times can something be vetted? And you know, if an entity such as yourself, you can take a decision. Is there a decision of your county saying we are not paying this money? Because once that is done, then it progresses to another forum.
Has already proclaimed herself that she's not going to pay anything longer to pay.
That's not what I was asking. Governor, because you have done the verification, right? I believe there is a document or a decision of your county government, not you as Waiguru, but as a cabinet there, that these bills are not payable, do whatever it is you want to do. Is there such a document before us, a cabinet resolution? Yeah, so in the absence of that resolution, what the chair is saying, for as long as you disclose that these are pending bills, those people have a right to claim from you. You should be able to make it public that having gone through certain procedures, we are finding that these bills are not eligible to be paid, and you take us wherever it is you want to take us. Then it moves to another forum. It goes to the courts or wherever it is. And during that process, it is now incumbent on the person who is saying you should pay them to demonstrate that those bills are payable. But if it remains a matter within your county government, then it will just be stories like this during committee hearings, but nothing is moving. So we need you to give us that decision. Let the claimants know, let the people of Kirinyaga know, let the Senate know you are not paying this money, period.
And again, Chair, you cannot, Governor, say, I'm not going to pay. You have to say, because of A, B, C, D, I will not pay. But I'll request you, Chair, if we really want to close this matter, the OAG and the county, you need to sit together and see how you can resolve this matter once and for all, because it will keep on recurring. And even if you leave, you will still leave it behind, which is not good for Kirinyaga people. So we must have a solution to this, and we close these books. Thank you.
Yeah. Just wanted to borrow from Senator Dulo's thinking that if there are pending bills that are not eligible for payment, you must give that list and give the reasons why. For example, if there was substandard work that was done, or there is a claim for maybe a construction that was not done, and some of us might want to come to Kirinyaga and really establish whether that work was not done or it was done. Because if there's an invoice missing, Chair, especially at the advent of devolution, the documentation was not very good. But there's a classroom, an ECD classroom that was built, and it is in use. Only that there's some invoice, or maybe the tendering process was not done very well. Why then can't you pay that person who did that work? Because then we had just started devolution, and there was a lot of training and capacity building that was required. So maybe we need to know the real reasons why the pending bills prior to the governors coming to the county as a governor are not really eligible.
Senator, Chair, quickly, if I were the governor, I would quickly absorb Senator Sifuna's submissions and advice. I think Sifuna just come out very, very, very intelligent to advise the governor. Because as much as this information is with the county government, then this matter will never rest. Let's proclaim myself that she's not going to pay and make it public. Then,
yeah. So we need to have a solution. I've sat on this chair, I've heard this story many times. And if you're not going to have a different resolution, then we'll be wasting public resources. EACC has informed us that they are doing some investigations on these ghost bills. I think something to the tune of 207 million or something along those lines. Without going into details, Patricia, is that the case? That there's an active inquiry on fraudulent bills?
Chair, it was for an amount of 160 million, and the challenges, I think, are similar as have been mentioned here with some of them, the supporting documentation and proving the legitimacy of the bills. The challenges are similar to what have been tabled here, but yes, Chair, there is. And
that was relating to 2019, 2020?
Yes.
Those earlier financial years.
Earlier financial years,
Of course, we sat here with the CEO of the EACC and the commissioners, and we are concerned that it takes too long for these investigations to be undertaken. Because if it's 2019, 2020, we are now in 2025, you'll definitely run into those problems of missing documents when it takes too long. Now, Governor, you recall when Ukuri Yatani was in office, he invoked Article 225 at some point in time to compel county governments to settle pending bills. And I think it was the right move because it does not tell you that you must pay the 601. It forces you to do quick decisions and to say the ones that you are paying, the ones that you are not paying, and if someone feels aggrieved, let them go to court. I think we might need to bring back the Ukuri Yatani resolution and ask Mbadi to invoke Article 225 especially where you have got huge bills. 601 million is 10% of your revenue. That's 10%. If a county has pending bills exceeding 10% of their revenues, then that county is in serious financial problems. But if you leave it open-ended, we'll be back here for the financials of 2024-2025, and we'll hear the same story. Me, I've heard this story enough. So, Governor, what do you think is the right way forward to settle this problem?
Thank you, Chair. The first thing is that the Auditor General has to stop increasing pending bills every year. You cannot do audits in 2018. You give us a bill of 600 million, and say that is your pending bill. And then you do another announcement in 2 years and give us bills not of the year between those 2 years, but 7 years ago, which you had not captured before, of now 1 billion shillings. I mean, even them, they need to also chair.
But Governor, before you turn your guns,
because they're the ones who bring...
just a question. As you turn your guns on the Auditor General, what about your internal audit function? Yeah. Because you have experts, you've got a function, you've got people who are involved in the procurement and payment processes internally. You are only going to the Auditor General for additional assurance.
It's not us.
Yeah, because Chair...
Chair, we're not the ones who ask the Auditor General to do it. The Auditor General does it on its own volition and gives for the entire country. So it's not just for Kirinyaga. It's for all the counties. We've raised this matter at IBEC. And
what
Chair,
about your internal audit reports? Do you trust them? Are they verifiable? Have you done internal audit? Because remember when the court said that the task forces were a duplication, they said that your first port of call is your internal audit function. And if you are not satisfied, then you can ask the Auditor General to help you validate. So internally, yes. Do you have numbers that you trust internally?
Yes, Chair, and those are the numbers I have told you we have. The ones we have no problem we've been paying. And we have raised them with the Auditor General at IBEC, also with the control of budget. And we agreed this figure of 513, which we had no problem with, that's the one we've been paying every year. Okay? Then as we are just about to finish, they produce another list without anybody asking them, and say now you owe another 900.
Auditor General, are you involved in this misadventure? Because I've not heard of the Auditor General imposing numbers on an entity.
Chairman, the Office of the Auditor General is not involved in recommending to counties which pending bill is payable or not. What we did was a special audit, which was carried across all counties to inform the office the magnitude of the pending bills across the country. But we are not recommending to any county which bill is payable or not. You are actually
Chair,
auditing.
what I wanted to say is that when the auditor does an audit of the pending bills, then they give a finding. If you want to dispute that finding, you must do another audit with the internal mechanisms, maybe the internal auditor and your own people. So when you are disputing the internal, the auditor's report, do you have a parallel report, which then for us as a Senate, we can do comparison? Otherwise, when you just dispute without giving alternative findings, then it will become difficult for us.
Chair, we were asking the governor to actually tell us and tell the people of Kirinyaga which figures she is comfortable with. Because, Governor, remember you said when you got the figures, the initial figures from your people, you did not trust those figures. You called the Office of the Auditor General, they gave you a figure, you did not trust those figures. So it was higher. So which figures do you want to deal with? You don't want to work with the figures of the internal audit. You don't want to work with the figures of the Auditor General. So which figures do you want to work with?
And you know, you might be entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. Facts are facts. Yes.
And facts are facts. That's really the issue here. If you don't have supporting documents, even if you put the figure in a list, we cannot pay. It's just that simple. on what basis would we pay without supporting documents?
Governor, we are not even saying that you pay. We're just asking you.
That is what I'm saying.
What figures are you comfortable with?
I am not comfortable with any. I am comfortable with a figure that is truthful.
Which is?
I don't know. It is the one that has been verified. How can I say?
These are your financial statements, and in these financial statements, you have disclosed 1.2 billion. And you have verified that it presents a true and fair picture of the enterprise.
No.
Which other number should we rely on?
Chairman, I think let us now be honest and let's not pay to the gallery chair, with all due respect. Please.
Because we've said facts are facts.
Facts are facts. We've explained to you that this figure here that has been put by my team has been put there from a report titled, I've sent for it from the car, from the off-pending bill for Kirinyaga County Government from the Auditor General, signed by the Auditor General. So if the auditor are going to audit me, they already, even them, have that report. And if I don't write it, I'll be told I have no mandate to question the Auditor General.
Just on that point, do you have another report that is internally generated beside the one that you are citing? Because you have internal audit, you have internal mechanisms, you are the ones who keep the source documents.
Yes,
do you have another report?
Yes, we do.
And how do the numbers differ?
500, from 1 billion to 700 to 513.
So from a reporting perspective, because you are the CEO, and you are CEC...
And that was for, sorry, Chair, that was from the first in Auditor General's pending bills report, which was 2018-2019. Then there's another report they have done of 2020-2021, which also gave us 900.
Yeah, but what about your own report? Because
we stuck to the 513, which we've been paying.
Do you have an audit committee?
Yes.
Do you have an internal audit function?
They went through the whole process of verification and everything. And we put it in writing to, I'll repeat again, Chair, to the Auditor General, through IBEC, and to the Control of Budget. And we agreed even with the Control of Budget that then let's pay the 513 that we can say comfortably has supportive documentation and you can prove that the work has been done. So the other one is still not verifiable.
So when do we get to the end of this? You have 601, which you have submitted to us, that is older than 5 years. Now you are saying that that came from the Auditor General's report, but I see it in your financial statement. So when do we close this, Governor? I think this is the 5th time I've sat with you in a similar meeting and you expressing similar frustrations. Let us find a solution.
Chair, can I offer
Senator Sifuna.
a way forward? I remember there's an entity, I don't know if it was Kisi, that found itself in the similar situation that Kirinyaga is in. That you have tabled to the House your own financial statements. They are your own documents, Governor. That is where the problem is. You have officers here, Edward Nyaga Njagi and Raphael Moura, who have signed and said they confirm the accuracy of these documents. That is where the problem is. There is a rule in law. I don't know if you have your county attorney there. Yes. Once you submit documents, Governor, for as long as the people who have received those documents can read, then oral evidence is not allowed to explain the contents of that document. You know, I'm also having problems with some document that was signed here in KICC and people are saying all sorts of things. But the document is there. People can just read. So this is the problem. When you say there is another document, you have to show us. You have to show us. No, not them now. Show the committee that this is the process that we have gone through. This is the document or the analysis we submitted to IBEC, because we don't have visibility of all those. We only have your financials, which, as the chair has rightly put, has a certificate. And these professionals who sign these things and put their ISPAC numbers here know what a certificate means. They know what it means when you say you are signing a document and confirming its accuracy. That binds the entity called Kirinyaga County Government from arguing against its own documents. Because these signatories are not members of COG. These are your Chief Officer Finance and the Head of Accounting, Rafael Mwaura, he has signed. There's another one who, yeah, they are the ones who have signed your financials, Governor. So if you dispute this, then you have to table separate documents that confirm the narrative you are giving us. Otherwise, how will we be able to follow?
Governor, with a view to a solution, we have I've had this story like a broken record now. Now we need to solve it. Senator Maruma, Vice Chair.
Just a last clarification for me from the governor. Governor, you said that this figure of 587 billion for 10,000 million, yes, for 10,000 was actually captured or might have been captured erroneously, because this then was as a result of money or a disbursement that did not come in good time. Is that still the fact? If then it is so, have you paid after that disbursement was made, and maybe doing your first supplemental budget, have you paid this amount? Because you said it was captured here erroneously. It might not have really been a pending bill. It was actually as a result of a late disbursement.
Yeah, the less than 1 year, the 587, the additions for the year. You had said it's there because of late exchequer release. I think what the assurance you want to get is when the exchequer was released, has that been settled? Because this problem seems to be, Governor, the problem seems to be historical. And that's why over 2 years is 40 million. But over 5 years is a bigger number. So as you're responding, just give the committee the assurance that the 587, when the exchequer was released, was it subsequently settled?
Yes, it was. And we paid all the bills that were mostly for the ward-based and flagship projects that were ending 30th of
So
June.
just as a follow-up, then what is in contention could be this 601 million plus 40 million plus maybe any other smaller figure.
Yeah, the bigger problem seems to be historical, because it appears as if the additions are being catered for. But we need to have a solution to the historical. What is your recommendation without attacking the Auditor General?
Thank you, Chair. And I will not attack him, but the reason I was saying is because he said that they don't do pending bills. I've just given them the copies signed by the Auditor General for the two pending bills reports so that they can see. But those are my copies. Kindly, once you've circulated them, please bring them back. Chair, the solution is simple. Or it's not as simple. It's the pending bills that are not in question, we have a framework for paying, which we budget every year, about 100, 120 to offset. Because as you know, Kirinyaga doesn't receive that much money. From the beginning, we were receiving about 4 billion, we've gone out to 5. And most of it is recurrent, so we have development of about 1 billion, 1.2 or so. So it was not possible to pay all your pending bills at once. And that's why we got into the schedule. We are hopeful that save for maybe the second list verification, save for that, we should be able to finish most of the verifiable pending bills in another year or so. The other ones which, by the way, Chair, you may want to know that despite the fact that they are in the books, even there are no physical people who come to claim them. That they are the ones that are disputed, because they also know that many of them were not genuine. There are no physical complainants. The ones that are genuine, the complainants are there, and we have paid close to 400 and something. We have a balance of 1. So what we will do, Chair, and we propose, we'll take the advice that Senator Sifuna has given us and yourself, that we pass the report that has been verified, we pass it through cabinet and make it clear that this we have verified, which have supporting documents and we believe are payable. This we will finish paying. These ones, which we think are fraudulent, and according to us are fraudulent, we will not pay. And pass it through cabinet and take it to, if we need to, through the county assembly as well. Because we're all of the same mind, because they all know that story of the fictitious, which is under investigation with EACC, because we reported it at that time. For us, as you have seen, we try as much as possible not to have pending bills. We may have projects that run multi-year, but we factor the resources in the budget to make sure that we complete those projects. And we are also completing many projects that we found stalled in the previous regime when we have been doing it systematically over time. So I think that is what we can propose. It would be easy, by the way, Chair, to pay. It's actually easier to pay than not to pay. Just to put it there, it's easier to pay than not to pay. The facts that we have said we are not paying is because we believe it is the wrong thing to do. But it's not that it's an easier thing to do.
We must insist on the right thing,
The right thing.
not the easy thing.
Thank you, Chair.
And I don't know, Malcolm, limitation of action, does it apply to this kind of debts?
Chair, let me consult the act itself.
Yeah, because we need to ask ourselves, if you have debt that is beyond 7 years, 8 years, Senator Sifuna, will it be affected by the limitation of action?
I don't think so.
I would suspect it is dependent on when a dispute is declared. Because as it is right now, nobody has said they are not paying. When has the dispute arisen? It will arise when governor is bold enough to say she's not paying.
So we need to look at, let him check it out. But I think what you have said is what ought to be done. And I think it's what ought to have been done yesterday. And perhaps what we should do as Parliament is to push for Article 225, push for Ambadi resolution, similar to the Ukuri Atani resolution, because some of those decisions will be made only when there's a crisis, only when there's a threat of withholding funds. That's when even your members of county assembly will see the sense in approving the kind of papers you'll send to them. So I think you know what to do. But I still maintain that the Auditor General's job is just assurance. They cannot create numbers. And if that was to happen in Kirinyaga, then that's a conversation we must have with them. The owners of the numbers is the entity. The first source of authenticity is your audit and internal audit function. The Auditor General can only provide assurance, not numbers. So I think, Governor, what you have said is the solution, but we must perhaps push for a crisis so that we fast track that solution. And we'll go the Ukuri Atani template. I noticed also that on the second issue, you did not provide any response, Governor. Remember, we decided to take the two observations. The second observation was related, but it was asking for a schedule. You did not provide any response on that. Remember, we dealt with pending bills and aging analysis together. I've been looking at your responses to see whether there was any response on long outstanding pending bills. Was it there? Under emphasis on matter. We don't seem to have anything on record unless we take your verbal submission to be the strategy.
The question on...
Yes, and after budgetary control and performance, there was long outstanding pending bills.
Yes, 383. The long outstanding...
Oh, it's,
Chair.
okay, I'd not noticed it.
Chair.
Okay, I'm seeing it now. Yeah. Does it capture the conversation that we have just had?
Yes, Chair, it makes reference to the OAG Report 1 and OAG Report 2 on the pending bills. The settlement of this amount is not done in accordance to Section 4 as observed by the auditor. The requirement of the county government is to provide the allocation for the settlement of those bills until they are all settled. The county government has been allocating an average of 100 million shillings every financial year, the settlement. I submit, Chair, which is what I have explained.
I think then that captures the conversation that we have had. Honourable members, any other further matter on pending bills?
Yeah, Chair. There's a document that is circulating, written a special report of the Auditor General on pending bills of the county government of Kirinyaga as at 30th June 2018. Maybe you can allow them to table it officially so that it becomes our document for perusal.
Chair, it was just for your information.
Is it part of the annexures?
No, it's not. It was just for your information, Chair, because the Auditor General had disputed that they had not done pending bills audit. So just to show you that they gave us a report on the.
But I think, Chair, it's
pending
important,
bills.
can just be tabled for our own use. It doesn't happen at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this can be tabled because
you probably
the 20,
have them. You probably have them
the
in your files.
2018 report.
Yeah.
2018, I thought, was signed by Eddie. This one is signed by Nancio. This is utilization of COVID-19 funds. Was it the same report, really?
Oh, so this is a special
report. No, it's pending bills of the county government of Kirinyaga. Yeah, it's signed by Edward Ouko. I think this report had come before the committee. I remember I was the chair when this matter came up, and then it was disowned by the governors of the Council of Governors and at IBEC, and we said that this country, we have a serious deficit of trust, because if you are not going to trust the Auditor General to do a job, and we want to audit the work of the auditor, so who's going to be that last man standing? Who will tell us the truth? Because even your internal audit, you should be able to agree with what they tell you. But we still don't trust them. Then we go to the Auditor General, and if they give unfavorable numbers, we set up a task force. And then after the task force, so it's a circus. I think, honourable members, it's upon us to bring an end to it. There must be someone we trust, even if we don't like them.
Chairman, it's not an issue of trusting. It's just a supporting document. If they give you that list, you can't pay on that list. If you pay on that list, ESCC will arrest you.
There must be someone we trust. It could be Governor Waiguru.
No.
It could be, but someone must. There must be a final word on these things.
No,
and I'm happy to take yours as a final word.
Chair, we trust institutions. I think we've belabored the issue of the pending bills.
Mm-hmm.
But as I said, we will take the advice we've been given. But this country honestly needs a serious revival.
Did you respond, Governor, to this on your figures?
Severally. We've even discussed it in IBEC.
Which you need to attach to these documents.
Yes, we can. Our disputing, and we don't dispute just for the sake of. We actually say we have checked our records and we don't have corresponding documents.
Yeah, that is where the difficulty is, Governor, because when you look at the special audit by the AOAG, they are relying on documents they found at your entity, you know?
No.
They don't come, that's what the report says.
No. Chair, if I may.
The report of the special audit, if I can read it, I have seen it just now. So
they actually advertise in the newspaper and tell vendors to take to them. They don't rely on our documents.
Then there is a problem there, Chair.
So people come with photocopies and take to the auditors, who then compile a list based on the people who they've advertised in the newspaper. So they don't come after that to check whether...
That is a big problem then, Chair, because when you do an audit as OAG, you come to the audit and you get the documents there. I don't think you can just go to a market and say, we are at Karatina Market, come and bring your...
When you see, before you embark on an audit, the scope and methodology needs to be agreed on between the two parties.
No, but Chair, a fundamental tenet of the audit is that the documents are within the entity. If you are coming to audit ODM, then you say you will do it in the market in Homa Bay.
But I think again, even if they ask for those documents in the market, they must take it to the entity to verify with them. That is actually important.
Because, Chair, if we don't...
Yep.
Yeah,
One
we
more,
don't-
then OAG, then we'll need to make progress.
If as Senator Sifuna is saying, we just rely on the documents that are within the entity, it is possible because of malice and being in Kenya, maybe somebody did not give somebody a cut within the system, so they uprooted the documents. It is possible if I have photocopies, for the photocopies to be brought and taken to the county government for verification so that you can build that file again. Otherwise, if we say if there is no document, they will not pay. There are people who will be disadvantaged in this case.
Auditor General?
Chairman, what the governor is referring to is what we call circularization. Out of the listing that they have provided as names of persons in the list of pending bills, you select a few. You do what you call circularization. You write to the person who is claiming and ask them to confirm how much they are claiming from the county. That's a test. That's an independent test that you conduct on that listing to confirm whether it's true or not. You don't go to the market to say the persons who have a claim in the county bring you. No, we don't do that.
That's what you're being accused of.
Honorable members, I think we have sat with the Auditor General and we know that it's a very professional body. In fact, this one now, we have three sides to the story. The governor side, the OAG side, and the Senate. Perhaps four sides and the truth. Yeah. Control of budget. When you're doing your pending bill report or analysis on a county government, where do you get the data from? Is it from the Auditor General? Is it from the county? Because you also report on that.
Thank you, Chair. The data that we get is based on self-reporting by the county.
It's based on self-reporting.
Yes.
So to help us even write our report to the House, I will want you to work with the clerks and the auditor so that if the audited reports have 1.22 billion, I want to compare with the self-reporting, the one that you have. Because that will also, we also find that there are differences between the numbers reported by the Control of Budget and numbers reported by the Auditor General. So maybe you'll help us with that analysis, unless you have the numbers now.
Yes, I do.
You have the numbers?
Yeah.
So what was the number for pending bills for Kirinyaga?
It's 581 million.
So as far as the Control of Budget is concerned, it's 581 million.
Yes.
As far as the county executive of Kirinyaga is concerned, it's 1.2 billion. Yes, this is your report. Yeah, in this report, 1.2 billion. Control of Budget, 500 million. No, it's not according to them. It is according to you and the officers who have signed this report. So, members, let's push a crisis.
Chair, I want to raise this. The mandate of pending bills is vested to the internal auditors. That is what they do at the end of the year. I wish you could get the report of the internal auditors from Kirinyaga County by that time so that you compare with this.
Yeah, because I think we tend to employ people and then not allow them to do what they're supposed to do. Your audit committees, your internal audit functions, all those are supposed to give you that assurance. And I believe that there are enough experts in the market who can come and give you those kind of services. Actually, the Auditor General should just be the last resort. And I think that's what the court said. Start with your internal resources, but if in doubt, go to the Auditor General. Members, I think we have prosecuted this long enough. The governor has provided a way forward, and I agree with her last statement. But our responsibility, let us report to the House that this matter has taken too long, and let us call CS Mbadi and see how we can invoke Article 225, where the pending bills are above a certain threshold.
Maybe, Chair, you need to give timeline on this one so that they can fast track the process.
Governor, this matter has been in your hands for a long time. So how much time do you need to go through those processes you have said, including assembly approval?
2 months.
Maybe a month because of the assembly side. I'm not sure whether they're in recess or
No,
not.
I think we'll give you 60 days in line with the Public Audit Act that requires about 60 days for implementation. After 60 days, we'll meet again and see how far you'd have gone on that, because it's not an overnight thing. there are a lot of decisions to be made. Members, could we agree to proceed? I think now we'll proceed a bit more efficiently, just deal with the outstanding issues. Pending bills was quite big. The non-disclosure of bank balances, Auditor General, you had indicated that the authority to open the accounts were provided.
Yes, it's provided.
These variances of 75,000 and 742,000, have those been addressed?
That one has been addressed.
So that matter we can say has been resolved. On emphasis of matter, budgetary control and performance, I think we spent the first 1 hour talking about realistic budgets. We have spent enough time on pending bills. On unresolved prior year matters, clerks of the Senate, the last time the governor appeared, it was to address which financial year? Governor, was it 2021? Or 2021, 2022?
2021, 2022.
2022. So you notice that there's 2022, 2023 that we have not dealt with. We are trying to be very careful to avoid the pitfalls that Nairobi County Assembly found itself in, where you are told you're discussing a report outside time. But when we are doing a follow-up of our recommendations, we will also be asking for an update on measures taken to close the prior issues that had been raised. So that's why this meeting is focusing just on 2023-2024. But after the House adopts a report, we'll make a follow-up for implementation of prior year issues. Let's go to HR matters, non-adherence to fiscal responsibility principle. Governor, you are spending 49% on personnel emoluments compared to 35% that is required. What's the solution here? Again, this is a matter that we have discussed with you every other time you've appeared here. You have described the frustrations, you have described the problems, you have cited health workers, you have cited everything else. What is the solution? And as I said earlier, that we owe this country, because of our experience in this space, we need to make sure that we have laws that can be complied with. So if we say 35%, then it should be 35%. If it's violated for 10 years, then there's no need to have that in law. We'd rather change it and remove it. So, Governor, what was your response on this? I think this is a broad policy issue. Let's see what you put on record. Do you want to read your written response?
Okay.
Or
I wanted to know whether I should do written or...
Can you, or you want to, are you able to summarize because you have your written response on record?
Yes, I can just paraphrase.
Yeah, please.
Chair, we have done what we can, especially with increasing our own source revenue, which has reduced the overall percentage from 44 to 42.87. However, there is a huge challenge. One is the problem that everybody is experiencing. Every year there is an increase, automatic increase of salary emoluments. Right now we have increase in taxes that then cause there an additional burden on the county because we have to provide matching funds. But all in all, the only way that this issue can be resolved permanently is on the increase in adequate resources given to the county governments. Because as it is, if you calculate it based on the revenues that we receive now, it will always look like it's high. But if in this financial year we're to receive resources commensurate with what has been proposed by the Senate, you would see the percentage would go down. The second thing is that if that doesn't happen, this percentage is likely to go up. As you know, one of the challenges we are facing on the medical side is that currently the UHC staff are paid under the national government, and they are in the process of being transferred to counties. That will increase our payroll. The second thing is that the USAID funding cut has rendered many of our medics not jobless because they're supposed to be absorbed by the county governments and the national government. Kirinyaga alone is supposed to absorb a cost of about 173 million shillings a year. So if you add it, the percentage is likely to go up. So the only solution would be an increase, a commensurate increase in the revenue or revenue to county governments increases as has been proposed by the Senate. I submit, Chair, and that's a paraphrase. Thank you.
Auditor General, there is a word in this regulation that I think shall in the medium term. Is that word applied in this particular regulation that you have cited? Because I think in regulation or in the law, we say that would be a medium term aspiration rather than an immediate aspiration. What is the definition of medium term? Now, if you go with the MTF, medium term is it 5 or 3? 3 to 5. So even if medium term was used, then that time has, so we cannot argue that it's an aspiration. It's a target that should have been realized. If Sifuna, as per the MOU, ensures that you get 450 billion as county governments, then the ratio will improve. On the other hand, by the way, that 450 billion is not a dream. Because if the COG insists that revenue should be shared on the basis of the 2023-2024 revenues, you'll get more than 450 billion. In fact, that should be the conversation. So it will increase the base and your percentages will look different. So I think there needs to be convergence of thought, whether you support Sifuna's memorandum or not, but that particular line on devolution is going to make a very big difference. You have talked of the USAID funding cuts. There are counties like Homa Bay where PEPFAR was alive. I think my governor tells me almost 900 staff are at risk of losing jobs. And politically, if those people go to for mandamano in the streets, it's very damaging. So again, you find yourself under pressure to absorb them. The last consideration is there's a formula for allocation of revenue, a new one, where 31 counties are bound to lose revenue, all factors held constant. I don't know whether, clerks, you got that simulation we shared in Naivasha, so that we can give you the good and the bad news. Because I think the bad news is that all factors held constant, your revenue will go down. The only way for your revenue to go up is a 450 billion, or to argue that we share on the basis of the most recent financial revenue statements. So please help us also to make your life easy. BPS came with 405. I think I heard the chairman talk of our BPS must have been 460 or something along those lines. So please be assured that this Senate, when we look at financing for counties, we are not thinking of Waiguru, or we are not thinking of individual governors. We are thinking about the people in those counties. So there are a lot of areas where we can have convergence of thoughts and effort. Senator.
You know, Chair, in that fight, I was hoping to see the chair of the COG because he was scheduled to appear before us today, I think. And to just ask him, how long can the COG sustain a war to be able to get what we deserve under the Constitution? Because You guys, unfortunately, are the weakest link. You capitulate very easily. You are susceptible to blackmail. And the problem with some of us is that you cannot assure us, Madam Governor, that we are going to war together. And then when I turn around, I see you have taken off. You are no longer with me. That is the thing that I don't like. So I wanted to hear from the COG. Are you as governors prepared? What mechanisms have you? You know the pressure points. You know they will come and incite your workers saying, oh, salaries have delayed. You know the pressure points. So as the COG, if we said we wanted to have a fight with the national government for a year, which you know I'm prepared to do personally as a senator for Nairobi, because it is what is right, can the COG assure us that they will be with us until that war is won? That's the only question I want to know. The war on additional on county revenue sharing. That's the point I was addressing, and the reason I'm saying this, Governor.
Can I inform you? You know, one day we were sitting with Governor Waiguru when she was chair of COG at KICC, and the politics of division of revenue was raging. And so we asked her what she thought. She gave us a long story of English of fiscal space and said that they're happy to get something because of the tight fiscal space. 2 days later, they were at Delta attacking the Senate for being a sellout on the cause of devolution. She wasn't there, but it was a vice chair who was leading the onslaught on Senate. I just wanted to inform you about our past disappointments.
That is good information, Chair. Unfortunately for us, we took individual oaths. I have my oath, I have my responsibilities to devolution. I will do my part. Let the people of the country know who the sellouts are. But I was just wondering, because you can just tell us today that Sifuna, on this one, you will go alone. It's not a must we go together. I believe that as a Senate, we would have executed our mandate if we went alone. And we will always go alone, because we believe that is what the right thing is. But I would have loved to hear from the COG if there are any assurances you can give us that this is something that you are prepared for the long haul. Because I remember, even when we were doing the mediation, there was so much pressure that, oh, the Senate and the National Assembly are taking their sweet time, and yet we are trying to get resources for our counties. And it's not as if there's a percentage that the COG sends Sifuna for fighting for this money. So it's not personal. I don't get any personal benefit if Nairobi gets 30 billion. But it eliminates some of the excuses we hear on why services are not being delivered. So I think I just want to extract that assurance from you, so that the next time I look you in the eyes, I can see a traitor if you will betray me. How far is the COG willing to go in this battle? Because the Senate is ready.
Governor, Chair Emeritus of COG.
I think I can only speak as Chair Emeritus. I think right now there is leadership. But I can say that it's been a conversation within COG, and we are committed to pushing for the rights of devolution. And I think we will stand with the Senate when they put their foot down, especially on the division of revenue. I submit, Chair, on behalf.
Chair, which bank can we take that assurance?
If you apply the passionometer test, our passion does not seem to be very high.
That one we cannot take to even our circle here to get along.
And submit a bit louder, more louder. We are committed.
Yeah,
Very
but
committed.
let counties not play weak.
The RMLF tells you. I mean, we've been pushed, but see where the COG has stood on that matter, despite the risks that we have with the conditional grants.
Yeah, let's be emboldened. Health is a function that is yours. We have a universal health thing. I think someone was calling it a universal health headache rather than universal health coverage. And let's have those conversations. The Senate is ready. That's why I would be happy not to be discussing payment vouchers here, just to be discussing bigger policy issues. So I think we'll need, all members, we'll need to take a view, because there are so many counties that are violating those fiscal responsibility principles. We need to ask ourselves whether that 35% was scientific. But, Governor, I've read reports of particularly OECD countries. Their personnel cost is, I think, between 7 and 8%. In our situation, we are at 35%. So we are not doing well, even with that, with all those circumstances.
Chair, speaking from an economic perspective, our problem really is an economic problem. We have a problem with unemployment in the country, and therefore the public service becomes a primary provider for employment. So it is a problem that will be resolved boldly by people who decide to take a huge risk, but also provide an alternative to where you take majority of your people by providing employment outside of the public service. But that is just because you've raised it with OECD. It is because of that major challenge. But ideally, we should be at 10%, 11.
Yeah.
Maximum.
We should never think of raising it.
No.
Really, we
but
should
if you say
rationalize
that everybody thinks that the reason you are elected is so that you add people, and when you stop recruitment, the ones who are outside, or even the ones who haven't had an opportunity to come in, see it like a political issue. But we have faith that because it's not sustainable anyway. It's not sustainable to run government at 42%, 45%. Something will give. And so leaders will have to take a decision, a painful decision, but also be very pragmatic about providing employment.
But I think, Governor, again, the problem is the inherited stuff from the local authority. And again, as you said, unemployment, poverty level is also very high. So people really look up to the county government to provide employment so that in a family, one person at least gets something to sustain them. So those are the challenges we have in the country, and I hope with time we'll be able to resolve it.
Actually, we're about to see a case where she employed 850 casuals.
You know, Chair, I get encouraged when I hear these things from members of the ruling UDA party. I get very encouraged. And I wish we would take some of those conversations to their logical conclusion and discuss how you create an environment for investment. If you set up just one plant in Kirinyaga, how many people do you employ? But you're not going to do that if your taxation regime is not helpful, if the cost of power is the way it is. So you know the people who do those things. They're your friends. I don't know what conversations you usually have with them, because us, we address each other at public barazas.
Senator Sifuna, you have just donated an expert in charge of economic planning. The economic planning of this nation is in the hands of your expert. Anyway, let's come back to the main issue.
Chair, because the Hansard is reading that I'm in this meeting, I want to register my alternative view. And for records, I'm not an economist. When we say that because of economic challenges, then we turn our governments, county governments and national governments, to be employment bureaus for the sake of reducing the number of people that are unemployed, I want to really disagree. Because I've seen situations where we have 20 vehicles, and we have 50 drivers doing what? I think, as Sifuna said, let us try to create jobs and not just employing people because the unemployment rate is high. Otherwise, we would be having people who are sleeping, I call them ghost workers, and they are there even in my account. Somebody is just on internet the whole day and they're earning. I think this is not the thing about resolving this type of audit query. And in fact, Chair, we should be requesting for ways and means of reducing this wage bill from this percentage of 40-something up to 35. Like, for example, when people retire and they are from non-essential services, do we still need to employ again? I think this is a proper conversation so that we have more funds and more finances available for development And also, this is law. Let the law be followed. Let us stress to our counties to go to that 5%. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I agree with you, because in this committee we deal with the law as it is, not the law as it ought to be. That violation is there, it's on record, we have seen the mitigations, but it still remains what it is. Members, I think we move a bit faster. The next one again is on HR non-compliance with 1/3 basic salary rule. I would expect that this is a problem that has gotten worse with the recent raid on payslips. It might look like a small joke, but yesterday I was talking to a teacher who tells me that even his ability to save and get loans from the SACCO has been seriously impaired, because those percentages that you direct to the SACCO are now going into government taxes. And so you find people are selling property because they cannot get access to loans. So this is a serious crisis. But I don't want us to go into our earlier economic discourse. This one, Auditor General, keep an eye on it, keep it in view, because I do not think that you have any response here that resolves it. Governor, is there any response that resolves this problem? Or you have just explained how it came to be?
We were just explaining, which is what you have said.
Yeah, and perhaps you expect it's going to get worse unless you increase the salaries of the employees.
Which looks unlikely, but there's a possibility that taxes could go down.
Well, let's see what the experts come up with. The next one is irregular engagement of casual workers. When we asked the Auditor General this question, we were asking him to tell us how many casual workers were engaged, because this query does not bring that out. But having looked at your written response, you engaged 364 men and 489 women. That's about 850. I was a bit curious to find out why you needed to bring in 850 people as casual workers in the organization. Governor?
Do you want me to paraphrase or to read?
Yeah, paraphrase, because I see it's heading to 4.
Because you don't want to hire them permanently. It's going to be a cost on you when you hire them permanently. These are cleaners, sweepers in the environment, cleaners in the hospitals, the people who cut the bushes. It's a cost-effective way to...
The other option is outsourcing. The other option is outsourcing. I've seen counties that have outsourced cleaning, garbage, some of those functions.
In the rural areas?
Yes.
I think if you outsource, politically there'll be problems.
Yes, your problem is politics.
Yeah. I will be thrown out.
So that then does not really address this problem. What was the cost? What was the total cost of the 850 plus?
Sorry, Chair, I'm informed that the team had done an assessment on outsourcing, and the cost was going to be double.
Was going to be?
Double what we spent.
So what was the total cost of this 850 annualized?
Why don't you answer? Why don't you respond?
I think you had a schedule that had all the names.
I'm told it's an estimate of 108.
108 million.
Yeah. Out of a total
it's an
wage
average
bill,
of 8 million a month.
Yeah, out of a total wage bill of about 2.8 billion.
Sorry, the annual cost was about
108 million.
108. So average of 9 million a month.
Yes. Yes.
So,
9.
in line with the circulars, in line with the law, were they kept beyond the stipulated timelines?
No.
Auditor General?
No.
They had a short-term contract for 3 months.
So did they serve for more than 3 months?
The contracts are issued afresh every 3 months.
So Auditor General, you can confirm that they are bending the law, but not necessarily breaking it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so we can keep this in view. Staff ethnic diversity, again.
Yeah, yes, and the nature of employment auditor, can they still be paid with vouchers, 0K, according to you, because you raised it here?
They're paying me with the vouchers to...
Because you raised it, so now is it okay? Is the query answered?
Yeah, because we had requested the receipt, which they submitted, and some of the contracts, the personal details.
Okay. So when we direct that you keep it in view, it means that there's a likelihood of recurrence. So you need to inform us at the next audit cycle. Yeah. Of course, there'll be other things we'll be asking, whether there are budgets, whether there are approvals, whether the county public service board was involved in the recruitment. Can you confirm that that was done, Governor? The budgets, the CPSB approvals?
Yes.
Okay, so Auditor,
in the budget and the public service board is involved.
Keep that in view. Give us the assurance that the law was followed. Honourable members, there are some 2 or 3 projects that we want to get an update on. I think that the issue on staff ethnic diversity, we could take the written responses. We know the challenges that arise, but that is the law as it is. So again, it's a matter that we'll keep on our radar. We were concerned, Governor, that you have a lot of, you've got quite a number of stalled projects. So maybe this is where we'll see the relationship between this and the pending bills. Kirinyaga, the 3-story medical complex in Kirinyaga and the 3-story medical complex at Kimbimbi Sub-County Hospital. The contract sums are the same. In fact, it looks like a mirror image. It's the same BQ, same specification. Okay. Everything is similar, including the amounts that have been subcontracted. So, starting with Kirinyaga Sub-County Hospital. As we speak now, is this project complete? As we speak, as we sit here?
None of them is complete. They're both ongoing.
What is the challenge if you look at Kirinyaga, where you have paid 75% of the contract sum?
There's no challenge, Chair.
The completion date was to be 28th of August 2023. The contract was extended from 29th to 29th November 2024. It is not complete, so obviously there's a...
Resources, adequate resources to finish it at once. So we just decided to do it multi-year.
That is the problem. Because if you had a contract, you had dates, you have a scope, time, cost, specifications, and it is not met, obviously you know that there's a problem.
And Chair, maybe Governor, you can also address the question of the procurement itself, the direct procurement, and whether you supplied the auditor with evidence of negotiation with the supplier.
Oh, sorry. The Chair, the contracts themselves were not direct. They were tendered for the hospital. It's the subcontracts that the contractor. Okay, the contractor is the one who sources. Maybe he can explain. He's the one responsible.
Is he the contractor?
He's the one responsible for finance, for the side of procurement.
Okay. Proceed. And you need to state your name for record purposes.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Carila Sotieno.
I'm the Chief Officer, Economic Planning, Budget and Procurement. Sorry?
At least there is cohesion.
Yes.
Don't let, Kalonzo once said, your name betrays you. So do not rely on names. Proceed.
Obliged Chair, I'll submit. The procurement for the hospital was done through open tender process where we got the main contractor works tendered and the subcontracts were still on provisional sum, so we needed to tender them separately. But pursuant to Section 103, Part D of the Procurement Act, the procuring entity sought to procure the items through direct procurement, having procured the works from a contractor. It determined that additional works can be procured through the same contractor. So these subcontract works only were procured through direct procurement, whereby we followed the law on the issuance of the tender document, the evaluation and the negotiations were duly done.
What is that provision of the law that you claim to have followed?
We invoked 103 Part D of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act.
And what does it require of the entity?
It gives a justification on when procuring entities can use direct procurement, and Part D clearly says that a procuring entity having procured goods, equipment, technology or services from a supplier or a contractor determines that additional supplies shall be procured from that contractor for reasons of reasonability of price and standardization and compatibility of the works. So that's what we invoked as a justification.
So you did direct procurement of a total of 137 million.
Yes, Chair.
The preamble to that, is that the regulation or that's a law? That's the Act. 103D, is that regulation?
This is the Act.
That's the Act.
Yes, Chair.
What does it say as a first condition that would justify direct procurement?
The first justification is the goods and services and works are only available to one particular contractor.
The second one?
The second one is due to war, invasion, natural disaster, or there is urgent need.
The third one?
Works. The third one is through catastrophic events, which may lead the procuring entity to procure.
The fourth one?
The fourth one is that I've said, the one for having procured from one contractor, there's issues of standardization. And
so the general thrust is that direct procurement is an exception rather than the norm, because it talks of catastrophes, it talks of things that are unforeseeable. In fact, I think there's a part which you haven't read that relates to specialization or expertise, or it cannot be found anywhere else. Yeah. So
yes,
that's the general spirit of that provision.
Yes.
Which of these IPBX telephony, there are about 100 solutions in the market. Water heating system, solar water heating system, there are about 100 in the market. CCTV, generator installation works. What was so specialized about this that you decide to directly procure 137 million worth of services?
Chair, having gotten lessons and experiences from the Kirinyaga Level 5 hospital, whereby we tendered separately for the subcontracts, we actually, in between the process, had to terminate 2 subcontractors. So from the lessons and the challenges got from there, the procuring entity deemed it necessary.
Why did you have to terminate 2?
For non-performance and non-performance and payments.
Because of weaknesses in your due diligence. For every procurement, isn't there a professional opinion that is rendered?
Yes, there is.
By the head of the procuring entity?
Yes, there is.
So those 2 that were cancelled, wasn't there professional opinion?
There was professional opinion.
So is the weakness with the service provider, or the weakness is your internal systems and processes? Your internal due diligence? Because you cannot tell me that because a service provider failed in some provision of contracts, that then that opens up Section 103 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. If it was some 5 million, 4 million here and there, perhaps you can understand, but this is 137 million. This is almost 50% of the contract value. The contract is valued at 288 million. Isn't it?
Yes, Chair.
So if we are just being reasonable and not being clever, what is this exceptional circumstance that will lead you to directly procure 50% of the contract sum on things that you can find on River Road? It's not Tesla, which is only manufactured by Elon Musk. Please help me understand.
Okay, thank you, Chair. If I may submit, yes, there's also the factors that you have raised, but one of other justification that we are taken into consideration is with the size of procurement, the reasonability of prices and
reasonability of prices as compared to who?
Yes, so I was responding to the exact question. Among the other justifications that I've listed, that was one of it. The time taken to procure and the scope and the reasonability of prices that we'll get from the market vis-a-vis the invokement of direct procurement and negotiations.
Members, am I the one who's failing to understand this?
I think, Chair, you are right on Mr. Otieno. If you do not have a justification that is specified under the law itself, then it is not a justification. So you don't need to try. And that is why the Chair was trying to tell you to avoid trying to sound clever. The second limb of that question was, if you're going direct procurement, you're supposed to demonstrate that you negotiated those prices. The Auditor General is saying you did not provide evidence of those negotiations. That is what raises all this suspicion as to the propriety of that method of procurement. Do you have evidence of the negotiation with that supplier to arrive at these amounts?
Yes, Senator, through the Chair, we do have the negotiation.
Kindly refer us to them. And has the auditor seen those documents?
I will refer you to Annex 12.
Annex?
12. And to be specific, Annex 12B.
Even as we look at Annex 12B, Auditor General, you're the one who raised this non-conformance. How do you address my concern that 137 million, close to half the contract sum, has been directly procured? And how does that relate to Section 103 that the officer has referred to?
In fact, Chair, if you look at 103D, I don't know which one he was reading, but the 103D that I can see on this annexure makes more sense, where it talks about reasons of standardization or because of a need for compatibility with existing goods, equipment, technology, or services, taking into account the effectiveness of the original procurement. That would make more sense than what he read out, but maybe they need this document. We just need to see where the negotiation was.
Though, Senator, if you look at the items procured, a generator, in terms of compatibility, you cannot say that it is such a specialized thing that can be directly procured.
Compatibility to the already existing works that the main contractor has done. That's what it addresses.
Yeah, I mean, it's a stretch of that provision. You look at CCTV. There's nothing There's nothing specialized about that. You can get a lot of solutions in the market. You look at hot water heating system, nothing specialized there. Auditor General, I'd put the question to you. You are the one who raised this. Are you satisfied that the direct procurement arrangement was lawful? It is your duty to tell us whether the procurement was lawful and effective.
Chair, just before we leave that page, Mr. Otieno.
Yes, Senator.
I assume that the purpose of negotiation is to get best value for money and to reduce prices. Huh?
Yes, sure, Senator.
If you start off with a lower cost and end up negotiating a higher cost, what is that? What are we to make of that? Is that a negotiation for the benefit of the people of Kirinyaga? If the original cost is lower than what you negotiated? I'm referring you to page 4 of your negotiation report, which is Annex 12B. Okay. So that, Governor, if you see the initial cost of the IPPB-X telephone and structured cabling, the amount that you started with was actually lower than the amount that you agreed on. You started at 19,139,000, then you negotiated upwards to 19,346. Then you want us to believe that you sat there to negotiate a 1 shilling discount on CCTV. Surely. I'm reading my own things. Page 4 of that annexure.
Yeah, Governor, we are running short of time.
Chair, let me explain the negotiation on page 4 of the 5. The question is why the IPBX was negotiated up to 346 instead of 139, and I'm explaining in the courses of a tender negotiation, the contractor also has a benefit of raising items which could have been omitted in the main BQ. So you'll come and find that, yes, you are negotiating to go down, but the contractor will provide additional informations which by omissions were not included in the first BQ. And that is what contributes to the additional cost, like when you see from 19,139 to around 19,346. However, there were some gains on negotiated because we downgraded, or we got to saving of generator from 29 almost to 20 million, because it includes the supply of generator and the construction of what is required to have that integrated to the main power system. So the negotiation was helpful to the county because at the end of the day we were able to do a significant reduction on the initial cost that was tendered.
What was the name of the service provider with whom you are negotiating?
It is the main contractor.
You are negotiating with
Sorry?
Who are you negotiating with?
We are negotiating with the main contractor, the contractor who was awarded the works initially.
Yeah. The reason why the chair is struggling is that your own minutes don't even tell you who is in the room. Because these are supposed to be minutes. That's the title of the document.
So what's the name of the contractor?
Is it Solitaire?
Yes, it's called Solitaire Construction.
You have also made a recommendation that the head of supply chain to make a professional opinion. Do you have that? The professional opinion? Because see, at the end of the day, if there is going to be anything fishy, then the head of supply chain, as being a member of a regulated profession, is the one who must carry the blame.
Yes, it is there. It's not
Do we have it?
but it's there. Yes, Chair, the minutes and the professional opinion are available, although the
Is the head of supply chain here?
Yes.
Where is the head of supply chain? What was your professional opinion?
Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair, it is there after the negotiation with the team that was negotiating the evaluation team. I did the professional opinion, and it is the file. I can provide it.
What was, in summary, what was your opinion as a professional?
In my opinion, from the negotiation after what we had negotiated with the contractor, the county was able to at least have some savings from the initial cost that was the initial contract cost that was 137 to 128, and we had a saving of almost 10 million, Chair.
Now, members, I'm struggling with this concept, and I want Malcolm, I want you and the Auditor General to look at these provisions in law and assure me and this committee that this route was necessary and this route was lawful. On the surface of it, all the conditions in my experience that warrant direct procurement need to be extremely exceptional, very exceptional. Not generators and solar water heaters that are easily and readily available. And in fact, if you floated a tender, you'd even get more competitive prices. A solar water heater, if you go to Davis and Shatcliffe, they'll charge 2x. And if you go to some Asian businessmen in River Road, they'll charge X. So I do not see the specialization in this matter that ought to justify that approach. So legal, do a very, very quick analysis of this and give us an opinion that will help us form our recommendations to the House. Is that the same thing with Kimbimbi Sub-County Hospital?
Yes.
It's the same approach.
Yes.
So we will get advice from our legal department on that. Senator Maruma?
Yeah, maybe the only other thing that we need the clarity on, it seems that during the time of audit, that report was not there. So maybe we need to get some form of mitigation. Why didn't you have that report? Because then you must have given it out after the audit cycle had ended. Because they say there was no evidence of negotiation with the supplier. So this evidence must have been brought later on, from the look of things.
Yeah, so that speaks to Section 62 of the Public Audit Act. Yeah, so I think we'll look at that, and then the legal will also advise us so that when you're putting a report to the House next week, we can make the necessary recommendations, because these are big, big projects. In fact, ideally, these are the things we should have started off with, rather than counting the PVs and JVs that we did earlier. Kagai Ndaba Dispensary at Kagai Ward. Again, it was at 67% completion level, but the auditor reports that this could be stalled. Governor, what's the status of Ndaba Dispensary?
Page 13.
It does not have the procurement queries of the others, but where is it? We can take note of your written responses, but you can just emphasize.
Can I do it from on top of my head?
Yes.
It's one of the problematic projects in Kirinyaga. I found it stalled. We restarted it, and it stalled again. I think now we are in the. We just terminated a non-performing contractor. The problem from on top of my head, from where I see it, is that when you go out to bid, people undercut so that they can get the work. But when they go to work, they are not able to finish or to do the work according to the standard. So then they fall out. It has happened twice. So we've just terminated this time again.
I thought the law allows you to do variation where the need arises.
They give us a limit now?
There is it 25 or?
Oh yes, they said the contractor, you're allowed to do up to, I think, maybe 15%, but this was a case of non-performance from what they say.
Now, Governor, when you are evaluating contractors, are they required to show evidence of past completion of projects? Is that part of the requirement?
Village, yes.
And so how does it happen that you get the same people who have problems over and over again?
Can you explain?
Like those ones now, if we looked at the people that you have terminated, will we find them doing jobs in other counties?
Yes.
How is that possible? And you, as COG, should be able to share information on these contractors. If somebody has left a stalled project in Kirinyaga, why are they allowed to tender in Bungoma?
PPRE should ideally have a database which they put on the website for those who have been but I don't know whether they do it now.
Patrick, the Public Audit Act, I think the word debarment appears in it. The auditor can even make recommendations for debarment of a service provider.
Yeah.
Isn't that in the Act? Yeah, you look it up and see how we can, because once someone has been blacklisted in Kirinyaga, why should they go to the next county? For example, some of these revenue collection systems.
Yeah.
You find someone was blacklisted in Nairobi.
Yeah.
I recall Senator Dulo, we had problems with a service provider in Nairobi.
Yeah.
So we recommend that they be debarred, but then they move to the next county and they are continuing to offer the same services. So we need to have some consistency. So that being the case, what percentage is a project at, or it has not moved since you did the termination?
Daba is at 67%. 67%.
67%.
Because this is 12 million. It's unlike the others that are 288 million.
It's a health center. It's a very small, well, not very small, but a small health center. The others are level 4 hospitals with 200 bed capacity.
Honorable members, any query on this?
Yes, Chair. This dispensary started in May 2021.
Which page?
And now that we are told that the procurement process is ongoing and that there is need to expedite action so that this project is complete, we need an indication of when this project will be complete. And together with the others, Chair, because even for the Kimbimbi, the story is almost the same, that the management has taken various project implementation measures to duly expedite the completion of the Kirinyaga and Kimbimbi sub-county hospitals. We need to get an indication from the management now that we are at 85. Then when do you think we can complete these hospitals so that the people of Kirinyaga can get the value for money? Because from 2021 up to now, there's no value for money. We need to get an indication of when these projects will be complete.
The completion of those hospitals depend on the budget allocation. So if the county assembly gives the final allocation this financial year that is sufficient, we'll finish it. If not, we will do what we can with the resources we're given and then finish it the other year. But we are hoping that we'll finish it in this 2020.
But Governor, you originate the budget for consideration by the Assembly. Have you put this in the budget for consideration. Unless in Kirinyaga, it's the assembly that writes the budget.
We change.
And as the governor answers, for the issue of Ndaba, you've stated that the procurement process for these works is currently ongoing. But now, most importantly, is that the remaining work has been reassessed and included in the 2024-25 fiscal year in the supplemental budget. You should be able to indicate that by end of year, this project should be complete.
I was responding to the Kimbimbi Kirinyaga, which are level 4 hospitals.
No, but when we talk of budget, you should say that we have made a proposal to have the budgets approved, because they cannot approve themselves. Someone has to initiate.
The budgets are, they are in the ADP, they are in the CFSP, and they are always appearing in the budget. But no matter the amounts that we put for various items in the budget, budgets change once they go to the county assembly. So if the county assembly leaves the money adequate to complete the project, it shall be completed, like we did the level 5. If they reduce it and in the negotiations we don't manage to increase the resources to completion, then we would have to finish it in the following year.
I think let's go to the law, because the practice we might get lost. What percentage is the assembly allowed legally to change, to alter? What percentage of the budget?
It's like 10%, isn't it? But it's 10. Legally it's 10.
And so, are you saying that there's a likelihood that they can pull out things from one vote to the other?
This last budget,
actually,
they must have done 50.
that fiddling must be within a vote, because they cannot fiddle from development to operation. Yeah, control of budget. I think when your colleague was here, we deliberated on this matter at length. And Governor, you sent a petition to the Senate on that matter, and it landed on my desk. But before we could address it, you had caved into the demands of the county assembly. We must insist on the law. Now you are not seeking, unless you are seeking a third term in Kirinyaga. But we need to insist that we do things in accordance with the law. And I wish that your members of county assembly would be here, so that we can tell them, the same way we told them last time they should not be implementing projects. It's the same way we tell them that they cannot be altering budgets outside the limits spelled out by law. You can't move a budget item from development to operations. That is not there in the regulations. So that's why I'm really concerned when you're telling me that the budget depends on the county assembly.
And Chair, it is really worrisome, given that we want to give universal health care to our people. And we have projects 85% complete, and that MCAs can be against the policy of and the agenda of implementing UHC, or universal health care. There's an ambiguous statement here, Chair, that reads, the management has taken various project implementation measures to duly expedite the completion of these 2 hospitals. Maybe you need to know what type of measures are, because the way it is just ambiguous. So that if you can get them on record, we can then hold you to account the next time you come for another meeting. Otherwise, we need these hospitals to be complete, because then they're in line with the UHC agenda of the government.
For the remaining issues, they are quite significant. Maybe we should have started bottom up, should have started the last issues rather than the issues we dealt with at first. The Governor, the Hospital Management Information System. Auditor General, could you tell us what was the problem here? That it has not been rolled out to all the hospitals it was supposed to be rolled out to. Is that my understanding of the problem?
Yes, Chair.
So it has been rolled out to the main hospital.
That's true.
But it was supposed to have been rolled out to how many?
To the main hospital and the 3 other sub-counties.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Governor, what is the reason for that?
The reason is which is the same hospital you're talking about, Kimbimbi, Kirinyaga, and Sagana. All of them are at different stages of being upgraded to level 4 from very old facilities. And so the current old facilities don't have the infrastructure to support the digitization. So we are waiting for the new ones so that we can roll it out.
So we'll agree with
we had
the
assumed that we would have finished the hospital by now.
We will agree with the Auditor General that the value for money has not been achieved, but we'll take note of the mitigation, saying that the facilities have not been made ready. Of course, there are delays in the other facilities, delays that in my view are avoidable, not unavoidable, avoidable delays. So this is a matter that we can keep in view so that when we are calling for implementation matrix, we can get an update from the governor in 60 days on how far the matter has gone. Legal expenditure. Now here you are querying, what were you querying? Were you querying the amounts or just the fact that they're still outsourcing when the County Attorneys Act requires them to have an in-house function?
Yeah, Chair, we were querying the justification of outsourcing, whereas they have an internal mechanism to handle that.
Correct. But do you have visibility on the 66, who the recipients or beneficiaries were? Is it one advocate? Is it 2? Are they 5? Because, of course, fee notes will depend on the seriousness of the matter. So 66 could easily be one firm, or it could be 2, could be 10, could be 20. How many are they? Auditor, now that you have cited it.
Chairman, a moment you are checking that.
Governor, can you help us? Is there an annexure of the beneficiaries of the 66 million for legal fees?
Yes, the list was there and it was provided to the internal audit. That is why they came to external audit.
Where is the annexure on your file? Is it part of the annexures?
No, it's not part.
You see, when you say that these were the services which were outsourced by the county, it's just easy to say this was this was a matter, this was handled by this advocate, this was a fee note, just a listing. And that can help us. But now we can't make a decision when we don't know how many firms benefited from the 66 million.
Chair, we can provide that, and there are many firms, but we will provide the list.
How many
38 million. 38 million. The 38 million out of the 66 are part of the pending bills lists. The previous bills that we found there.
But we are talking of expenditure incurred here.
Yeah.
66. So you paid. So that means you paid. You accepted that 38 million was valid.
It's part of the lists in the pending
601 million. Why did you decide to pay the legal fees and disregard the rest?
But we've been saying that we've been paying 100 and something every year.
Governor,
did you cherry pick the legal fees?
We did not cherry pick the legal fees. We are paying 513 million, of which over 400 million is paid. Out of that 438.9 is legal fees.
No, Governor, it is still fresh in my mind, your aged listing. Over 5 years, you had about 501 million. Is this 38 million part of that?
Yes.
It's part of the 601 million, which you generally described as a scam. So I'm asking, why is it that the legal fees are now admissible and everything else for construction and supply of services, you are swearing that you are not paying? What is the logic?
I don't know how to say it. We have not said we are not paying. We are paying 513.
Order, Governor. Keep your cool. I know we have sat here for long. But
low on
remember,
sugar.
you are still in the Senate. Yeah? Even if it's going to 5, you are still in the Senate. We are not plucking questions from the air. You had an 8 debtors listing, and we spent 45 minutes with you saying that over 5 years is a black hole that you cannot get into. Now you are telling me out of that black hole, you have plucked 38 million. So why is it that the legal fees are now payable and the fees owed to people who supplied other items? And Governor, you'll have to respond whether it makes you uncomfortable or not.
I will respond,
That is the
Chair.
duty that you undertook as the CEO of Kirinyaga.
I will respond, Chair, and I'm saying
Governor, just a minute.
513,
Order.
513
Order, Governor.
million is being paid.
Order, Governor.
38 is part of it.
Order.
So,
Senator Sifuna.
So, Governor, to make it easy, you are saying 513 is being paid. So, out of the amounts that have already been paid, you say the non-legal fees that we have paid so far is X amount. It's another way of answering the question to provide clarity. Secondly, Governor, your written response references the need to engage external attorneys who possess specialized expertise in particular fields. So the query is on why you are employing external counsel when you have capacity. So if you are saying it is for specialized expertise, we need to see the nature of those cases. And that is why we were requesting that list, which I think the chair has directed that you must provide. But back to the chair's question, maybe it will help if you say in the last financial year or this financial year we have paid 100 million, non-legal fees is 80 and the balance is legal 38, so that the chair doesn't get the impression that somehow legal fees are being treated specially because of earlier pronouncements. That way you would...
And that's the impression I have. So,
correct.
Governor?
I think you have said it. The chair was twisting my words. I said again, out of the 1 billion or so pending bills given by the Auditor General, and I've repeated this 100 times, 513 we did not dispute and have been paying every year an average of 100 million shillings.
Okay.
So for 4 years, we have paid in excess of 400 million shillings, isn't it? Out of that 438 is legal. So I did not cherry pick legal fees, and I actually don't make the decisions.
You see, you are not
but please,
clear.
My problem is when you say it like that and the media picks it, they go and air
Governor,
that
you
I
are not
have
going to
cherry-picked
control what
a
the chair
bill.
says. You are not going to control what the chair says or what the committee says. I know we have sat for a long time, so sugar levels could be low, but we are still in the Senate. We sit up to 6:30. This query has not been addressed. And even if you foray us into misadventures and accusations, we are not going to get lost. And Governor, there is also something called body language, and you can't come to the Senate and throw your hands in the air as if you're in your private chambers. So please, let us maintain decorum when you're in the Senate. I am not just Moses Kajwang. I am the chair representing the Speaker of the Senate in these proceedings. And I will insist on decorum. Otherwise, if we feel that these proceedings of the Senate are being treated with contempt, then I shall terminate them as per the standing orders. So let's proceed with decorum, and let's proceed with respect to the institution of the Senate. What we expected here is that 66 million has been paid to external attorneys. This Senate has got no visibility on who they are. This Senate has got no visibility on the nature of the cases. In that situation, there is nothing for us to clear. I think we will agree with the Auditor General that this was not value for money, because at the very minimum, we should have received that listing. And that is why Parliament has a role as per Article 2293. Now, unless any other member has seen that schedule, me, I haven't seen it. There's no way we can clear this matter. Senator Maruma?
Yeah, Chair, we have not seen that
I
schedule.
think the
And the way that
Order,
audit query,
allow Senator Maruma to...
yeah, we have not seen that schedule. And the way the auditor has crafted this audit query, he says that, however, the management had not established a legal department with qualified staff capable of representing the county on legal matters. That is the finding of the auditor. Now, in response, the management is stating that the county has fully established, and I don't know why the auditor then missed that, a fully established legal department with county attorney and solicitor and 2 other employees in the department. Now, look at the next statement. However, certain legal matters necessitate the engagement of external attorneys. It should be, however, certain legal matters necessitated engagement of county attorneys who possessed specialized practice, and then we get a list of such matters. Otherwise, this audit query would not go away if that list of the specialized lawyers who are required to maybe represent the county is availed. That is my take.
So, Auditor General, now that you reported this to us, did you have visibility on that schedule? You know the advocates were paid?
Yes, we have shared the list.
You have shared it with? Okay, so we'll look at it and...
Did it convince you that there were some specialized cases?
That is what I'm saying, Senator Maruma. The schedule that is here just has the names and the amounts. This one will not tell you that it was a case requiring specialized expertise. So that is what you are expected to provide, Governor. Because if that is your defense, that it requires specialized expertise, we understand the sort of disputes that would require that. So we'll be waiting to see that list.
Yeah, I think it's not a matter that is strange to us. We have seen cases of abuse of legal fees in Machakos, in Nairobi, in Kitui, in Kisumu. We have experienced it. And that is why it's not something that we will treat in a casual manner.
Chair, I just wanted to ask OAG. Of course, it's not only Kirinyaga that hires the service of legal counsel from outside. What is your expectation out of this audit query that you have actually brought against Kirinyaga? Because I believe all the counties have legal counsels. They should have represented them. What is your expectation?
Chair, we expect that if a county has got a legal department, then it should fully utilize that to represent it instead of incurring external costs on outsourcing. And in case they have to outsource, then they have to justify in accordance with the law.
And I think, Chair, that has to apply across the board in all the counties. Yeah? And I think we need to pass a resolution as a Senate on this matter, because that is where a lot of money is spent and justified. Thank you.
We need
I think,
Chair, we need to pronounce ourselves on that matter, because I think for the last 2.5 years we have been having trouble with the legal matters in our across the counties. It's a very serious survey of trying to see for the money from the counties. I think it's something that has been established.
Chairman, I think
because we can't quantify cases.
Let me say this, it might help you in your response. We have seen cases where a county governor comes and tells us there was this specialized matter and we had to engage an external advocate. As a result, we were able to avoid paying penalties or fines far greater than the fee that we paid the advocate. That justification is admissible. We do not foresee a situation where you'll completely shut down external advocates. What we are seeking is justification. Because, I don't think you'll find a county that will fully be able internally to handle all the array of matters that come to their attention. But there is a county that appeared before us, I'm just trying to remember which one, where the governor was able to demonstrate that this, going to court on this, saved us X millions. And so, we don't even have to waste time. The facts speak for themselves. Governor?
$12 million is 10 billion. I just wanted to respond to the issue of legal and why you wouldn't even pass a resolution to say that someone wouldn't outsource legal services, because there are certain, even in the legal fraternities, you have different cadre of lawyers. The lawyers we recruit at the county level of a certain cadre, there are cases that we deal with that those people cannot adequately represent you in court. Even if they did, you will lose your case. So there is certain specialization that is required, and that occurs across all the departments. I'll give you another example. ICT. We have ICT directors within departments, but we buy systems outside of government. We don't tell them develop the systems within because you're an ICT expert. The same thing applies to auditors. You can have people internally, but we ask external people to do the audit. So in terms of legal, there are certain cases that you weigh and you say this is a huge risk if we went without very capable and competent lawyers. And I think we have lawyers in this room who know that. And there are different cadres of lawyers. Not all lawyers are the same. So our county attorney is a young attorney with not necessarily that much experience. To go and litigate a case against a land for 10 billion shillings that has been grabbed, and already there has been a ruling to the effect that the person who grabbed it is the rightful owner, and I have decided we are appealing and fighting for it. I got external lawyers, and the good news is we won the case. We got back our 240 acres of land worth over 10 billion shillings, and that is why we are building our industrial park. So that is one of the lawyers, one of the cases. That case could not have been, the first level we lost it because it was litigated internally. The second is the medics. They went on strike. We went through a process. The court allowed us to fire. They appeal. If you lose a case like that, you will pay damages of close to 2 billion shillings. So when you think about the cases, Mwea Settlement Scheme is another case we have against us in Embu County, where we are fighting for 10,000 acres of land between the two counties, which belong to people, valued again in billions of shillings. So the long and short, we will provide a list.
Governor, you see why we see why we need that to be put in.
May I finish my sentence, Chair?
Yes.
My response is to the issue, the statement that said we need to take a position to say that lawyers cannot be recruited by county governments outside of the lawyers that we have within. That's the only response I was trying to
No. Well, I've given a demonstration of how other governors have accounted for that money. That is all we are asking for. I do not think we can make that blanket direction. And all that you have described verbally, if it was part of your written response, we'd be happy. We would have proceeded. And so, honorable members, I think because of the timelines we have to do a report to the House. This matter, I do not think that we have received justification on the utilization of the 66 million, and we'll be asking the House to allow us to demand that further evidence, perhaps within the 60 days of the implementation period, for us now to take a view whether it was a proper charge on public resources. And I do not think the governor should go home thinking that the Senate has said that they cannot engage external lawyers. That is not the position of the Senate. I think that was just a proposal by Senator Gataya. There are exceptional circumstances, and if they are justified, I think we are all reasonable to be able to allow that. Members, anything else on
No,
legal
Chair,
fees?
I think you have clarified. My concern is Governor. It's only that we always see governors here spending a lot of money on legal fee. But I could see the comment by the auditors that you have enough lawyers in the House. You should not have hired lawyers outside Kirinyaga. So that is why I said, if it is all the counties, it should apply across the board. Why is it only Kirinyaga? You see? But it has been clarified by the chair that with justification, we need to see how we can manage that process. And you have explained very well, sometimes there are circumstances where you need experts in a particular field so that you can win the cases. But I think something needs to be done as far as the loss of money and hiring of the lawyers, I think.
Thank you. I believe we've all said the same thing, maybe using different tones. We proceed to delay in construction of a fire station project. Again, just with precision, so that we don't spend too much time. Auditor General, has this project moved since you reported that it was at 88% completion? Auditor General, because you had looked at the responses from the county, is there any update on this, or the matter remains as it is?
Chair, the matter remains as it is.
Okay, Governor, you may brief us on this one, because the issues being raised here, again, are issues that sometimes we don't like talking about as a Senate. Doors had not been installed, walls were left open, flash doors and windows had been damaged. These are the things that sometimes you like the county assembly to be seized of. But what is the status and the challenges in the fire station project? Governor?
Chair, the contract for the construction of county fire station was approved and awarded during the financial year 2021-22 under CUSP. However, the disbursement of funds has been inconsistent since the beginning, leading to persistent delays that have impeded the progress of the project. The CUSP program concluded in the fiscal year 2022-2023, making way for its successor, CUSP 2 program. Procuring entities were instructed to secure own funding to finalize any incomplete projects after the closure of CUSP program. Due to these reasons, the project has been faced with perennial stoppage of works, which has in turn led to delayed completion. Despite encountering various challenges, the project is currently in its final stages with approximately 97% work completed. I submit, Chair.
So, Auditor General, what report are we taking to the House? Are we taking 97% or we are taking 88%? You are the ones who visited this project.
Yeah, what you have currently is 88%.
88%?
Yes.
Governor, has there been some progress since the audit? Your report is 97% complete. The auditor is 88% complete.
97%.
Are you basing on the payments or the actual work done?
It's based on the actual work done, Chair.
So that should also be reflected in the payments. Payment, you would say that 97% has been paid, certified.
Yes, Chair. Well, currently we have paid, it is not attached here, but we have paid 95% of the project. And the work is at 97. We are waiting for him to complete the remainder work so that we pay the final certificate.
Is CUSP still, is this conditional grant still available? Because I thought this one reached end of life. Governor?
I've said that the project ended and we were told to finalize the projects that were ongoing with our own money. So we had to rebudget. It had stalled for a season of time and now we had to put money in the budget to complete.
Okay, Senator Muruma?
That was my concern really, that if the procuring entities were instructed to secure their own fundings, then did you do valuations and maybe is it the same contractor who did the work or you got a different contractor? You know, need clarity on this thing. Because then there can be loss of funds as a result of transiting from maybe one entity who is paying to maybe the county paying.
Okay, so, yes, proceed.
Yes, Chair. So the work was given to the budget was availed to the same contractor because, as we have said, the contract was already issued and it was not his fault that the work was not completed. It's only that in a space of 2 years, no money came from the Kenya Urban Support Program, which forced the county to rebudget again. So we rebudgeted this work in the last financial year with a balance of 28 million. Out of that, we only have a certificate of 5.2 million pending to be paid upon completion of the works done. So
no money came from CUSP because it was performance-based?
Yes, the money that came from CUSP, out of the 54 million that the Kenya Urban Support Program was supposed to give us, they brought 20.
Because disbursements are based on actual performance, isn't it?
No.
So what is the reason why the money didn't come?
They just seeded. They just seeded because even when they came for internal investigation on their own, they marked that Kirinyaga was far much ahead. But by that time, the program has already made their own internal decisions on financing and which affected all the counties which were in level 1.
So Parliament has approved that Kirinyaga gets, for example, 100 million under CUSP. And then the disbursement does not come fully.
I think what happened with the program is what's happening now. When there's a delay and the program lapses, you know, they have their own donor rules. So we were affected, and it's not just Kirinyaga, it was across. We were affected and we did not get the money as expected, the second disbursement.
I think those are the issues that need to be brought to visibility. Senator Wambua.
So Chair, then the question would be, so you said it's the same contract. There's no variation, nothing. The contractor just continued with the same contract, only that this time they're being paid by a different entity.
They are both being paid by Kirinyaga County. The contractor doesn't know that it is called KUSU, because when the money gets into the account, it is just money.
What I'm asking is...
The contractor doesn't have a contract with KUSUP. The contractor just has a contract to do a fire station. The source of the funding, the contractor doesn't know what the source of the funding is.
Okay, madam, that's fine. So, KUSP disappears, or the money from KUSP is not there. You're told to look for alternative sources of funding. You finally get that alternative. 2 years down the line, the contractor just comes back, continues with the work. There is no variation, nothing. It's the same contract.
Because definitely there's loss of time. Evaluation.
Yes, Governor, you may clarify.
Through the chair, when we issued the first contract under the program of KUSP, when they refused to continue funding the counties, we never varied the contract. When we decided as a county now to add the extra money that is remaining, the contractor was willing to continue and finish. That's why we are 97% as we speak now.
Auditor, this is a value for money question, not an issue of loss of public funds.
That's correct.
So why don't we keep this in view, because it's an ongoing project. And please, in your next cycle, don't just refer to it as prior year issues. We need to see it in the body of your report. The county aggregation and industrial park. Again, is this an ongoing project or it's concluded? Governor, we have 2 pages of issues raised by the Auditor General, and we need to know whether to diagnose things now or we allow the project to progress for a better vision of the problems. How far has this gone?
The program is ongoing. I think we are at 65%.
The national government has disbursed their 250 million.
No. They've done 113.
114.
114.
When we did the additional allocations, and there was a 250 million for every county, we assumed that it would be disbursed within the financial year.
We have not received it.
So the honorable members, you see, we do a cash disbursement schedule. And I thought that that cash disbursement schedule also included additional grants. Because otherwise, then the law we are passing is now being treated as a suggestion rather than law. I'm actually surprised that we passed the act and counties, the national government is disbursing what they want. Is it also performance-based that you raise certificates the same way, I think, for governors' residences was based on the certificates that are raised, the disbursements? Is it does it follow certificates? Does it follow progress?
I think you have to demonstrate that work is ongoing. I think that I just don't know whether they make it a performance-based in that way. But for Kirinyaga County, we are amongst the counties that are way ahead in terms of implementation. I think we're even the leading in terms of work done.
You are among the 17.
We are leading the 17 in terms of the work done.
And your share of funding is multi-year, or also you budgeted 250 for a financial year? Because one of the concerns we've had as a Senate is that if you force a county to put aside 250 million for a year, so you have counties like Lamu, where 250 million is almost 10% of their revenues. It causes distortions in budgeting. So like in the case of Kirinyaga, was it 250 million one-year budget or a multi-year budget?
We did a one-year budget, which was last financial year, but the national government money was not forthcoming.
And so far, how much of that have you committed of your 250 million?
We've used all of ours, plus the 113. So we are waiting for the 100 and...
There was nothing from national government.
They gave us 114.
So you've used the 250 plus the additional 91 million, the one that was used for excavations.
Yeah. And the 91.
Now, honorable members, this is a project that is ongoing, but the Auditor General has cited it. Yeah. I think for now, we can keep it in view. Patrick, what's the neatest way? Because it's an ongoing project. There are still financing obligations that have not been met. And at this point, we cannot pull the plug unless we are certain that there are very gross irregularities that have been committed. Is it fair to keep this in view?
Chairman, as we keep it in view, I also want to request the committee, maybe to request the governor to provide us status report on implementation so that we are able to know what is the current status. We have a written status report on that project. Because when the response was done, our team did not get enough time to go to the ground to verify the status.
So, Governor, in your response, there's no status report?
Annex 15, Chair, the status report is provided. Is it?
Project status is at 5th of March 2025. Okay, Patrick, can this help so that even when you're doing a follow-up, you can use this as the benchmark?
That's okay, Chair.
So this is okay?
Yes.
So we keep it in view, but we refer to the status report that is in here. Okay, but I think then the bigger recommendation that we must take to the House Clerk is also on the release of the funds from the national government. Once the House has adopted the additional allocations, then the funds should be sent to county governments without deduction and without delay. We are assuming that you are getting the money, but in the real sense, the money is not coming to the county governments. So this we shall keep in view, and that concludes the bulk of the report that we have. I think the last one was internal audit reports. Governor, you are confirmed. Do you have an audit committee in place? Has it always been in place, or there was a transition?
There was a transition. I think they just started, which month?
They were inaugurated in September
2020. They came into office in September.
In September. Who approves the internal audit plan?
It is the audit committee, Chair.
So since September, have they approved a plan?
Yes, right now they have an approved work plan for this financial year.
Which you are able to share with the auditor?
Yes, we can share it.
No, did you share it with the auditor?
No, it was, they were referring to the other financial year, but for this financial year...
You are talking September within which you are reporting?
No.
You know, you are supposed to give them reports by 30th of September.
2024 is when the committee came into place,
Yeah.
but the report is up to up to June 2024.
So it is a fact that in the year under review, there was no approved internal audit plan. That's a fact.
You've confused me. Sorry. Sorry.
It is a fact that there was no internal audit plan at the time of audit. There was no approved internal audit plan at the time of audit. That's a fact.
Yes, Chair.
What you are saying is that in mitigation from September, an audit committee was put in place.
Yes.
Do you have an internal audit function, head of internal audit, and staffed
Yes.
and structured?
Yes, we have.
Auditor General, maybe before I get to you, Senator Maruma.
Yeah, maybe, Chair, that might not be adequate to mitigate that now there is in place an internal audit committee. Maybe we also need to know what the challenges were moving forward. Why did we have this very important aspect of internal control before? And you can't say Kirinyaga is some county somewhere far-flung. Kirinyaga is a county in the middle of Kenya. What were the challenges? Maybe if you get to know them, then you can mitigate.
Governor?
The term of the internal audit expired. So
The
you
audit
have
committee.
Audit committee, sorry. And so you have to start the recruitment process again.
What was the gap between expiry and September?
Do you have a response? Are you listening?
Why should the CEC look backwards? You know, you are the person in charge.
The CEO.
I was consulting, I don't give the wrong period, but it's about 6 months.
Between the lapse of the last committee and the establishment of the new one. Nancy Gathungu has always told us a county without an audit committee, that's a red flag. And I would have expected that, Governor, in your county, that would not be the case. So the work of internal audit is extremely important because a lot of the things we are dealing with here, if internal audit was functional, with issues of loose doors and shutters and rollers not in place would not come to the Senate. We would focus more on the additional grants and what the Senate needs to do to give effect to its resolutions. So
maybe for the auditor, is there any instance that you've gone there and not gotten reports from the internal audit department? Because then that's what you refer to as a benchmark as you do your own audit. And how did you deal with it?
Yeah, during the year under review, we were able to engage because it's part of our understanding of the entity, where we are required to look at and rely on any work of the internal audit. So in the interrogation of the internal auditor, he could not be able to provide to us any reports he had done during that year. So in absence of the report, we did not have anything to rely on in just to minimize maybe our test, so that we'll be able now to concentrate on other areas of audit.
okay, this is the internal audit committees tells you how fiscally prudent, fiscally sound a county is. So please keep this in view. Now that it's in place, see whether it provides adequate guidance to the executive on these matters that we are dealing with. The last issue here was valuation report and ownership documents. Auditor General, you said you'd received some supporting documentation here?
Yes, we have received a copy of the green card and as such. But the title is not yet.
Governor, what's the status of the title on this? Kamweti land. Governor, your mic is off, so you might not be Unanswered.
Chair, the Kamweti land is fully owned by the county as evidenced by the attached copy of green card and such. See Annex 17, Kamweti copies of ownership documents. I submit.
Auditor General, having looked at Annex 17, what do you make of it?
Yes, Annex 17, we have the copy of the search and also the copy of the green card, which has the details to show that the county owns the land. But now the title, maybe you can maybe inquire on the process of obtaining the title.
Governor, does the title exist? Does the county have the title or it's in progress? You've got a search that shows that you own the land. So do you have the title?
The title is in progress. I'm informed the title is in progress.
And can there be, is that captured anywhere in your written response?
The written response
you know in
just
Kenya
says
the search alone is not sufficient.
the written response just talks about the copy of green card and the search.
Is that the conclusive evidence of land ownership? Auditor, you're the one who raised this.
Yeah, it's not a conclusive evidence.
It's not conclusive.
Yes.
Yeah, so again, if there's some work in progress, it would have been important for it to be captured here. But since you are, Governor, since you are making your submissions on oath, you will probably, you could give us an account of how far you are so that we take that response on record. Governor, how far are we with the pursuit of the title deed? Since you didn't write it down, you can make your submission orally.
I will request the CC Lands to respond to that issue.
Proceed.
CC Finance.
She just been demoted or promoted. Okay, proceed.
The sugars are running a bit low. What I was explaining to Her Excellency is that the Department of Agriculture has officially written to the department, to the CC in charge of lands, to fast track the title deed for Kamweti. So we are expecting that process should take about 30 days to be completed.
30 days, so within our 60 days of implementation matrix, we will be seeking a report on how far that has gone. And please, next time you refer to those correspondences, make sure you carry copies of those correspondences. So this matter, in our view, is not resolved. We'll keep it in view and we'll insist on an up-to-date report within the 60 days. That brings us to the end of the 3 reports of the Receiver of Revenue, County Revenue Fund, and County Executive. Honorable members, are there any matters to raise in closing? Auditor General, any observation in closing?
Chairman, I think we don't have much beyond it that if there's any information that the management was to give to the Office of the Auditor General before we embark on report writing, that should be done almost immediately. There's something they said they'll give, I think, tomorrow. Yes. That should come to us immediately.
And I think when we say that they provide you with that evidence, it's really for them to prove their case. Because if they don't, then we'll just write our report in an adverse manner. We had agreed when Nancy was here, and I'm happy that this county has not come with truckloads of documents, because we have agreed that we will no longer be taking truckloads of evidence, because those should have been given to the Auditor General as at the time of audit. So unfortunately, by 31st of March, our report must be in the House, whether the county responds or not, because they ought to have responded at the time of audit. Any other observation? National Treasury?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you. COB?
Nothing, Chair.
ESCC?
None, Chair.
But I hope you've seen the smoking guns and areas where you might need to look into from a corruption risk assessment.
Yes, Chair, the recommendations of the committee have been noted, and also areas of concern have been noted.
Okay, thank you. Bringing it to a close, honorable members. Senator Ambua?
Chair, I think we can bring this to a close. Maybe with just a comment. My general appreciation of the entire exercise is that the county government of Kirinyaga, fairly, to a very great extent, seem to have answers to the issues raised. I only don't understand why what they are presenting orally could not be captured in the management responses. Because a lot of those things that they are presenting orally could have done very, very well if they were captured in the management responses. Otherwise, I have nothing more useful to add.
Thank you. Senator Gata?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing much to say only that, Kirinyaga is not just the other county, it's just a county headed by a person known across the board. And we don't expect to have very many issues, just like the ones that we expect from other counties. Governor Waiguru is a big name in this country, so we expect to have something very smooth from Kirinyaga County.
Thank you, Senator Dulo.
Okay, all the best.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, Chair, maybe just to relate with what Senator Wambua said, that most of the issues needed not to be escalated to this level if they had taken maybe their work more seriously. And one thing I would say, maybe I like the governor because she's hands on the deck and she has a lot of grasp of the issues happening within the county. Thank you, Chair.
Governor, your remarks in closing?
Thank you, Chair. We have noted the observations from the committee and we will endeavor to respond within the stipulated timelines. Thank you.
Yeah, in closing, when I look at the issues raised in the three reports, there was no reason why the county did not get an unqualified opinion, because the issues raised that qualified the financial statements are fairly easy matters to resolve. So I hope that out of this interaction, everybody else is going to take their work seriously so that we can spend lesser time on accounting issues and spend more time on policy issues. And just a message to the other officers who have accompanied the governor is that whereas the governor takes overall responsibility as a CEO, we will also not hesitate to assign individual and professional responsibility in cases where we feel that professionals have fallen short of their calling. So once we take our report to the House, I think we shall follow up again in another 60 days as required by the Public Audit Act to see to it that some of these things have been done. I hope that our budget's allowing. I think we've been to Kirinyaga for a Devolution conference. It would be good sometimes to have these conversations at the grassroots so that we are not talking about a fire station from Nairobi or talking about a dispensary from Nairobi. It would be nicer for us to be seen on the ground. So we aspire that when we are coming to follow up on implementation, we can come to the ground and perhaps we might have a much more positive outlook of the things going on. Because if you're just looking at the financial statements, sometimes you might think that it's all doom and gloom until you go out there and see the impact that investments of the county government are having on the lives of our people. So with that, this meeting is adjourned. The committee meets again tomorrow at 9:30. I think we might need to adjust the time, considering how much time this has taken. Perhaps, honorable members, can we agree to meet at 9? Yeah, because if the House was sitting, it would have meant that we would have only done half the work. And then tomorrow we can be much more efficient. Auditor General, you'll help us isolate the mundane bookkeeping issues so that we start with the bigger project issues. For example, today we started with small issues we ought to have started with the bigger issues around projects. So you'll guide us accordingly. That way we can utilize our energy better on the critical issues in the early stages of the meeting. So the meeting is adjourned.